ICLW 2020. I'm David Goralnik. It's great to be here with you for day 2 of the conference here on Thursday, June 11th. Very much looking forward to this morning's session. It's just great to be here with Antonella Poche from Roma Tre University, who will be our opening keynote. Tremendous set of talks we have going on today. We've got Gila Kurtzen, Yana Zaguri on podcasts, Maddie Koivisto on the paradox of choice, Igor Miladinovich and Sigrid Scheffer-Wenzel on mobile learning diaries, Julie Giguere on designing for localization, so much more, more interviews and all of the usual things. And we will first start by getting to spend a little bit more time with Ray and Jane. And so yesterday I spoke about stories, scenarios, and the uses of scenarios and stories in learning. And we got to be introduced to Ray and Jane. Ray, for those of you who missed the story yesterday, it was very dramatic. You see them on your screen now. This is Ray Richardson. Ray Richardson is an attorney who works with a big firm and is working as a pro bono attorney. He is working with a client who is getting his services for free. Her name is Jane Wilson. This is part of a course for attorneys on how to work with pro bono clients, which covers also the subtleties of dealing with that. And it's a really interesting course and a very dramatic scene, and that's why I showed it yesterday. In the scene, just to wrap up, we don't quite have the previously clip that you might see on a TV series, but the quick summary was that Jane has come into Ray. They've had their initial meeting where they got to know each other. You got to understand a little bit about her story, which basically comes down to she's going through a very, very difficult divorce. It's sort of her husband's handling it unexpectedly, asking her to pay for lots of things that she simply can't pay for. She doesn't have the money, and she's really not sure what her options are, and that's why she's come to Ray. So what we're going to do now is take a look at Alicia Aiken. Alicia Aiken is an experienced attorney who plays kind of the instructor / coach role of the course. So she is up in front on video, as you'll see. So she's a subject matter expert, and she does walk people through this course. This course is done partly as a 5-day MOOC, and then also as a self-paced version. So it can work either way. And Alicia is there for the MOOC version on some discussion forums as well. And then here she's she's in video a lot. So we're going to see Alicia on video, and we're going to see what she says about the clip that we saw yesterday, and then we're going to do a little activity where we'll decide maybe what Ray should consider doing next. So next up, let's take a look at Alicia and see what she has to say.
We've seen attorney Ray Richardson interview his client, Jane Wilson, and collect information from her. Now we want to think about the meeting some more. You can go back and watch the meeting again if you'd like to refresh your memory. When you're ready, here's what I want you to think about. Given what we've covered so far, what would you do next? If you were in Ray Richardson's shoes, what would you do after collecting the information? Where would you take things? Next, you'll hear 3 different opinions on what Ray should do after he finishes collecting information and confirming what he's learned. Listen to these 3 opinions and then choose the approach that best aligns with what you would do. After you've made your selection, you'll see what past participants chose, and then I'll be back to share my thoughts.
Once Ray has finished collecting the information and has confirmed that it is all correct, I think he should wrap up the meeting so he can get started on drafting the response to the divorce and any other necessary documents. That way, they will be ready for Jane to sign at their next meeting. Ray's wrap-up for the meeting should include an explanation of the overall process, an overview of the time frame for the divorce, and a list of next steps for Jane. She should have the big picture view of what the divorce proceedings will look like. A lot of people have no idea how long a divorce can drag on. She'll need to know what to expect with negotiations, paperwork, going before the judge, all of that. Attorneys assume that clients just know these things, but how would they? Knowing what is coming up will help take away the anxiety that Jane is feeling.
After Ray has determined the basic facts of the case, I think he should explain to Jane what the law allows in her situation. Ray has explained what Jane's husband is asking for, so Ray should go through and explain which of those asks are realistic and which aren't. He's already laid the groundwork by explaining that just because her husband has asked for things, it doesn't mean he is entitled to them or will get them. So now Ray should go through these with the actual facts and the law for their jurisdiction to determine what the law would allow. And even more importantly, they should do this for Jane too. They should review the legal remedies available for her. What does the law say she can and should get?
I think the next thing Ray should do is to check in with Jane to find out what she wants. It doesn't even have to be realistic at this point. I wouldn't immediately worry about whether you can get her what she wants. Just find out what she's hoping for. Maybe she'll say she just wants it over quickly. Maybe she'll say she wants to move across the country. Maybe she'll say she doesn't even want the divorce. If you don't understand what the client is hoping for, you may start to go down the wrong path. If you find out first, then you can research whether it is possible to make that happen.
Okay, well, we've seen the three options, and please go ahead. You'll see that there's a poll. Some of you have already seen that there's a poll. So take a second if you want to vote. What would you do next? Would you listen to attorney 1, 2, or 3? Attorney 1 explaining the process, listing the next steps, drafting the response. Second one who suggested reviewing the possible legal remedies available. The third one who says find out what the client is hoping for. So we'll give another few seconds for people to get their votes in. I did notice a lot of people, a lot of early voting in this before you were familiar with all the candidates, but every vote counts, and that is how it works here at the conference. So, and this is a very competitive vote. I actually may stay with this longer than planned. I want to watch the votes come in and see what happens. So, all right, so we'll wait another second. The votes are continuing to come in, and I think we're probably going to assume that's going to be it for now. Okay, so the winner in a close race. It's been a three-horse race. All answers got possible votes. They were all reasonable options, and we could have gone a lot of different directions. So let's see what Lish is what Alicia goes by, the expert. Let's see what Lish thinks is the right thing to do. So let's hear what Lish says about this. So we're going to Okay, well, we're not going to get to go back and see what happens to Ray and Jane just yet, but I promise we will tomorrow. So it's again another cliffhanger episode in the Ray and Jane series as those continue. But this is a really interesting activity type in a lot of ways from the sort of storyline standpoint. One nice thing about this is that it gives people insight into realistic situations. So as I mentioned yesterday, if you were with us yesterday, this was this scene, this story, this sort of entire storyline about how about Jane's divorce and how Ray is handling the case and how Jane's reacting to things came from realistic stories. It is not a realistic story. I mean, attorneys wouldn't really do that anyway, but it's not really the right thing to do in this case. It's from a series of stories. Our team worked with Lish, interviewed her, asked her lots and lots of questions and follow-ups about all kinds of details and how the system worked and how the process worked and what are some of her great stories. And as you can see from Lish's video, she has lots of great stories. So the storyline was carefully designed to make educational points and to be dramatic and to capture people's attention and to be realistic, but it was based on probably, dozens of realistic cases. It is not any particular case. It captured elements for it, and it was very carefully scripted. But it's a realistic story, and it is the kind of thing that attorneys might do. Many of you apparently are ready to be pro bono attorneys, as 48% of the people agreed with the expert. But interestingly, there are arguments in all ways, right? So the choices that we had were, even for an experienced attorney, not entirely obvious. They are nuanced. There are advantages to one rather than the other. You could probably make your case for any of them. And as Lish pointed out, these are all things you want to do at some point. It's just, what do you want to do next is maybe a different question, the question you were asked, but there are arguments maybe you could make, and plausible arguments, even though Lish has her strong perspective about what she thinks is right. In the collaborative version of the course that runs as a MOOC, what happens is people then have the opportunity to debate the decisions that they've supported in the discussion forums, and sometimes they do, and sometimes they don't. People are busy, so you don't always get, not everybody's going to be able to spend time debating as much as we would like, but attorneys do like to debate, and so you will see some of that. So they can argue why they would do something or why they would not, and during the MOOC, Lish can participate in that, of course, as well as in the instructor role. During the self-paced version, you do lose that, but you still are dealing with nuanced choices, and you get an expert view of what it of what it could be. And of course, you can take the course anytime, anywhere, and anytime that you'd like. There are a lot of different types of activities in this course. There's a number of different activity types, but this is one of them. And one of the nice things is that it does ask people to think critically and synthesize. So you're not just remembering. You really have to process what's going on, and hopefully interesting enough that you want to. So critical thinking, as we've seen, is key, and that's leading me to our keynote speaker, who I'm absolutely delighted to have. Antonella Poche from Roma Tre University is here with us today. She is an associate professor, qualified as full professor in experimental pedagogy, Department of Education at Roma Tre University. Among other things, she leads the Center for Museum Studies. She has expertise in research education methodology and evaluation. She has so many credentials, we could not possibly fit them into one talk. She coordinates national research units within European project frameworks. She's the chair of the Eden Network of Academics and Professionals, the author of numerous publications. So she's going to talk to us about learning analytics, how to define, assess, and develop critical thinking in professional development contexts with reflections and empirical evidence. So it's really just a pleasure to have her here with us. We're going to run Antonella's introduction, and then we'll turn it over to Antonella for our opening keynote. Up. We got to get Antonella's camera and microphone on, and we should be good to go. Okay, yeah. We can hear you, and we can't see you yet at the top if you want to be seen, but it's up to you. There you are.
Yes, I wanted to say hi to everyone. First of all, to thank you for inviting me. I'm really honored to be here with you. And I really wish next year there will be the opportunity to be there in New York City all together and celebrate the overcome of the pandemic. But anyway, it's very good to be here now. So I start this talk related to critical thinking in professional development contexts, and I'm very glad that we had this first introduction related to law and to the law environment, where critical thinking has been is central, I think, for lawyers to have to be good critical thinkers. And also the questioning that you asked related to that part are perfectly consistent with what I'm going to tell you about, especially related to the work I'm carrying out with my research at the Department of Education, Roma Tre University. So going on, we start just defining and highlighting the aims for today. A sentence from Socrates was absolutely mandatory. The unexamined life is not worth living. So we always need to nourish our thought. And I'll tell you how we thought it's worth nourishing, feeding our thought in order to be good critical thinkers. So what are we going to do today together? First of all, understanding better the role of critical thinking and information literacy in the 21st century society, and especially in the times we are living. Presenting some ideas regarding how to improve these kind of skills, and showing the results of the research we have been carrying out within my group at Roma Tre University, especially focusing on the experience we have been conducting related to the automatization of critical thinking assessment in open-ended answers. We are a brief introduction to the group I'm leading, the Center for Museum Studies, based in Roma Tre University. It is a center that was created in 1994, so the professional development context I'm in is that of heritage and museums, but always focusing on the use and on the critical use of technology within the heritage and education field. This center was created to face the insufficient use made of the huge wealth and heritage assets available in Italy at the time. Also to fill in the gap between Italy and other countries as regards cumulative knowledge and the definition of modes of intervention of research in the specific field of education in order to work on new strategies through museum heritage. Here you can see some of the colleagues who are part of the group and that take active active part in the research I'll be showing you during this presentation. Some of them are there. I know they registered for the conference, so they will be active in participating today. Some projects we have been working in are related to international contexts. Here you have some of the logos. in particular, some that are going at the moment and that are absolutely consistent with what we have been doing and what I'm presenting today, are especially open virtual mobility, on the possibility of using technology to facilitate virtual mobility in a time where mobility is limited. Digital culture on the possibility to develop digital skills for those employed in the field of creative industries. So especially for areas like the US, where the entertaining industry is going through a very difficult time, but in Italy as well, in most of the countries all over the world as well, the possibility to reflect on how to develop certain digital skills is for sure a mandatory aspect. Other projects are related specifically to critical thinking, as the Critic Edu project that was ended a few months ago, related to the development of critical thinking in higher education. So this just to give you a background on our field of activity. If we focus on our research, let me start from, the basis, the starting point of our research. So what did we want to do? We wanted to promote and assess thinking skills and the critical use of digital technology in a context where culture, cultural heritage, arts, literature, supported by the use of technology could, as I said, feed our thinking skills. We'll see in a minute how this is related and how his, for us, is a key point to underline. Why critical thinking critical thinking is so critical today? First of all, as you can see from these documents, critical thinking has always been considered an essential driver for progress, development, and knowledge growth. But if you just compare two documents, two reference documents from the OECD, from the World Economic Forum and UNESCO, others, you can see that critical thinking raised to the second position in 2020, and together with creativity, complex problem solving, that was, of course, there from the very beginning, is something that really we should care about. It raised in the ranking, and it's something that we need to take care of. Besides that, we have been going through unpredictable challenges. We all are experiencing this limitation due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and we can say that a relation, one of the reasons for the spread of such a pandemic could be related to technological progress in a way, for better or for worse, as I say here. I am concerned about a specific kind of relation between the COVID-19 and the information overload we are all experiencing. Actually, we have been experiencing this kind of information overload for long. in the last few years, and there's an actual difficulty, cognitive difficulty in human beings to cope with this information overload. That is why also the World Health Organization took into consideration this big amount of information produced, and they created a new term, a new word to define this kind of information overload. That is the infodemic. So infodemic, as you can see here, is an overabundance of information. Some are accurate, some not. That makes it hard for us to find trustworthy sources. And it's true that if we can't get the proper information related, for example, to the pandemic, this kind of harm can, of course, be related also to health issues. So that is why the WHO took into serious consideration the problem of information overload. The issue is related, of course, to the danger of misinformation during the management of virus outbreaks. Because, of course, if I don't get in the dimension, if I'm not able to pick up the information in the right way, I can be harmful for myself and for the others. So that's a huge issue. There are different kinds, different types of mis or disinformation. Some are identified here. There's a link, so if you want to know more about each of them, each category, you can have a look for sure. Some are, you know, if you read it, you can surely identify the kind of misunderstanding and disinformation we can get from the various sources of information we get through. This is a way, you know, to understand the problem and to start, you know, different kind of actions to face the problem. There are other sources that highlight the difficulty we could be experiencing. For instance, there's one poll by YouGov and Economist in March 2020 that said that 13% of Americans believed that the COVID-19 crisis was a hoax, and 49% believed the epidemic might be man-made. The New York Times again reported that several videos featuring the Gates conspiracy has been viewed over 160,000 times on TikTok. So there are different evidence regarding the difficulty of getting information and, you know, protect ourselves and the others from, you know, more difficult situations. This is, you know, a reference to US sources of information, but this is true all over the world. In Italy, we have even worse data. So what should we learn? We need to develop what we call antibodies to be prepared to understand which are the correct, which information should be trusted and which information should not be trusted. Critical thinking and information literacy are actually antibodies that can really help us face the difficult situation we are living. But let's focus on critical thinking, and let's try to understand what is critical thinking. Critical thinking is a complex construct. So we can't, in fact, for this reason, many researchers have been studying critical thinking and have been working on trying to focus on a shared definition, but it's very difficult to get one. What we can for sure say is that critical thinking is the combination of different skills and dispositions. So analyze, evaluate, make inference, argument, being open-minded, being skeptical, being inquisitive are all different sides of a same object. If we take one definition, this one from Macbeth, for instance, where he says that critical thinking is a process where an interaction occurs between individuals and the interpretation of knowledge which they contribute to create, we see that in this definition, both internal cognitive activities and disposition to be to act in a critical, social, and interactive way in order to interpret and create knowledge is mentioned. And as you can see here, this definition gives us the possibility to link to digital literacy because a great amount of information, but we were mentioning it in the previous slide, happens online. And the situation online compels us to being able to be interactive, but at the same time being able to interpret and create a new knowledge. The information is there. We need to be able to pick up information we need, actually. So the link, as I was saying, from critical thinking to information literacy is very, very close. Of course, when you read text, when you read to collect information, both on paper or online, of course, there are similar skills implied. But as regards online texts often pose greater challenges to readers than printed text. That is, again, proved by different researches. Here, one research from the OECD is mentioned and quoted. The OECD, produced different kind of documents related to issues and problems and effects of reading online. There are also many other sources that you can access to if you are interested. Anyway, reading online has different characteristics. First of all, the multimodality and the presence of hyperlinks. So if you don't have a sequential text, you are more challenged. And there are different issues related to text processing and the simultaneous activity of navigating the internet that imply different kind of skills, stimulated at the same time, which anyway put the subject in a different situation. So it's absolutely clear that critical thinking is linked to information literacy. How can we define digital information literacy? Some authors summarize digital literacy as a combination of concrete and unquantifiable skills. If you have a look at this figure, you see that there are different areas at play, different dimensions: the technological, the cognitive, the ethical. And the cognitive and the technological, you see, are very much connected, because you need to access, to select, to have a critical evaluation of information. At the same time, you have to explore new technological contexts in a flexible way. Let's say that flexibility and this ability to move free, with a certain speed from one dimension to the other is absolutely vital. Again, if we go deeper, the understanding of information literacy skills, you can see how the connection with critical thinking is again reproduced and underlined. There are some indicators like defining, accessing, managing, integrating, evaluating, creating, communicating, that are perfectly linked and consistent with what we do when we try to define and to assess critical thinking skills. Of course, everything is related to some main actions like interpretation, like interpreting, like judging, like adapting, like designing, and those are all actions that we use when we train our critical thinking skills. Now, in order to let you understand and play a little bit, be a little bit more interactive and understand what we are talking about, because it's early morning for you in the US, maybe it's afternoon or evening for others attending, and we need to be live. I would like to ask you some little questions. I don't know if okay, the questions are put on the poll section, so you can answer them. I'll wait a little bit to let you answer. Here we have, I don't want to be silent. Very interesting. Very interesting to see the answers. We need to give you the time to answer. Of course, now you know that you need to be focused. So So Emily's father has 3 daughters. The first 2 are named April and May. What is the third daughter's name? What is the third daughter's name? If you're running a race and you pass the person in second place, what place are you in? All the marathons have been canceled, so you need to imagine what would it be to run. Okay. Okay, so I think I can go on and tell you we are quite good thinkers, quite good thinkers. I wanted to wait just a little bit because the third question maybe is a little bit, it takes a little bit more time to be answered. So you need to click on the link. But I think I can move on, just to let you know that as you can see here, question 1, you see the first 2 are named April and May. What is the third daughter's name? Emily. But again, as you can see, this is as regards question 1 and question 2, those are related to cognitive reflection tests, and they are related to critical thinking dispositions. And question 3 instead is the Web Trotter information literacy, related to goal-oriented navigation, and the answer was Japan. We are quite good thinkers here, but of course I had no doubt about that. But you can realize how we could be tricked by certain kind of information, and if we don't reflect properly, we can give very superficial answers, and we can get wrong getting the information. Anyway, this kind of questions could be used, of course, in the development and in the process of enhancement of critical thinking skills. But let's go to our research and see how we can develop information literacy and critical thinking skills. Of course, social interaction and language are fundamental tools for the development of higher order cognitive skills. So that's where our study started, actually. So we focused especially on deep reading, so literary texts, deep reading in a wide sense, conceived in a wide sense. So when we talk about deep reading, we refer to literary texts, so texts that have a literary dimension, but also pieces of art, museums, objects, and artifacts. So this kind of reading has different dimensions, different point of views. Writing as again another important and relevant function in what we do when we try to develop and enhance information literacy and critical thinking skills. So essays, object-based learning, digital storytelling, are different ways again of writing and building knowledge artifacts. We don't have to think of writing as only the actual way of, using our hand and putting down ideas. Dialogic interactions, so both online and offline, of course, always quoting Socrates. But there are other institutions, big institutions, actually, US institutions like the Smithsonian, where these ideas have been explored and supported, actually. By the way, the Smithsonian is one of the institutions we cooperate with as a Center for Museum Studies. So they worked actually with the World Health Organization to educate on COVID-19, and they reflected on this possibility of, and actually they produce different kinds of activities related to the idea of reflection, working, and deep reading as we meant it. Online dialogic interactions, especially as asynchronous online discussions, can support critical thinking and knowledge co-construction, even more than synchronous face-to-face discussions, due to the available time for reflection, the possibility to being more critical, constructive, and give more explicit contributions. This idea has been explored also by another US institution we cooperate with, that is the National Gallery of Art based in Washington. And I can anticipate you, if you are interested, that we are going to have a webinar based on what they have been doing related to online dialogic interactions to develop critical thinking skills, hosted and promoted by the US Embassy in Rome, in Italy, with some representatives of the educational department that promoted the course How to Think, how to develop critical thinking skills through art, based, of course, at the National Gallery of Washington collection. So, what was the challenge we really wanted to be engaged in? That is the assessment challenge, because as we said, there are different institutions, the National Gallery, the Smithsonian, other kind of institutions, ourselves as well, who worked on developing and supporting critical thinking skills through different strategies. But something that we really need to explore and to experiment is how to assess critical thinking skills in a very in the right way. I mean, effectively, with data that can prove that that kind of activity is effective or not. As we said, we know that the online discussions and activities could be designed to promote both critical thinking and information literacy, but how to monitor these activities, how to assess them, especially when we are based in massive courses. We have been working, in fact, with massive online massive open online courses or big classrooms, where, as the theme of our conference say, large amounts of data are to be processed. So as we all know, those who are enrolled to this conference, learning analytics focuses on extracting meaning from large amounts of data. And educational data mining adapts statistical machine learning and data mining methods to study educational data generated basically by students and instructors. So there's the possibility, actually different researchers, different institutions tried to start the validation of automatic tools for the assessment of critical thinking sub-skills, such as reasoning and argumentation. But many challenges are there in terms especially of validity and reliability of the measures. It's a real nightmare, I can tell you. What we have been doing within our research group, we tried to develop a prototype to assess automatically 6 sub-skills of critical thinking. And those are use of the language, argumentation, relevance, importance, critical evaluation, and novelty. In a minute, I will tell you how we build the rubric to evaluate this kind of sub-skills. Different tools have been developed to assess one or the other of those skills, but the idea is instead here to have a prototype that can evaluate the whole set together based on the use of natural language processing techniques. Our first research questions was related to how reliable it is when using NLP approach to evaluate and score critical thinking related sub-skills, and whether this reliability is comparable to the case when human judgment is employed. As you can imagine, this is a very difficult challenge. And as you will see, we have been working on different kinds of data. The analysis of some data is still in process, is going on, but you know, the challenge is a top level one. So I was telling you about the macro indicators that the system we would like to produce should be able to. So use of the language, I was telling you, justification, argumentation, relevance, importance, critical, evaluation, and novelty. We're running out of time, so I don't want to read the whole components of the macro indicators. Just to let you know that, as you can see, we want to understand through written text, of course, and I will tell you more about different kind of exercises that we administered in order to get this text from the users, are related, of course, to language ability. So the possibility to write correctly in a certain language is important to give the idea of the organization of thought, the elaboration ability, the consistency, the knowledge of the topic, of course, personal and critical elaboration of sources and background, the possibility to produce new information, ideas, solutions added to discuss the issues raised in the question. Of course, we are in an open-ended context, so we needed to limit our grading in order to give marks in a sounded, the most sounded way we could. And as you might imagine, in an automatic situation, this is even harder, of course. So how did we work? First of all, we collected some feedback from a number of colleagues at different occasions on different workshops in the US, in Italy, and in Belgium. So during different workshops, we focused on critical thinking. We asked to answer different kinds of constructed response questions, and we collected those that feedback, and we analyzed that in a first experimentation in 2019. Then a second step, which is in progress, included 200 university students from Italy, and each one was asked to read an extract from Galilei's book, Dialogue on the Two Chief Word Systems, and write an essay based on 5 questions. Again, you can question related to the topic of the essay, that is Galilei's book, but as I said, the main characteristics of the text we want to use as a source to develop critical thinking should have always been collected to culture and heritage. So being it a work of art or so a picture or a piece of literary work, but the cultural aspect must have been underlined ever. So we had these two sources of information. We worked with human assessors who rated the responses collected in both steps and provided ratings on each of the 6 sub-skills. As I said, from a minimum of 1 to a maximum of 5 as a marking rate. The same open-ended answers then were assessed by the prototype, the automatic prototype, through different kind of methodologies. Here you have a figure that summarizes what we did. I'm running a bit, but I want to reach the end of the presentation, and if you have questions, we have time to answer them. I really would like to have you interact with me related to what I presented. So as you can see from this table, we tried to improve our prototype from the first version to the second version that is under testing in actually these very days. And as you can see, we improved different categories. Use of the language, as you might imagine, is easier in a way to detect. What is not so easy is the connection and finding the connections the prototype is trying to work on. Between use of the language and the different categories that you can see in our rubric. So misspelling and grammatical errors, frequency of words, lexical diversity, but also the possibility to distinguish these course categories, checking tense verbs, polarity, and arguing lexicon. Latin semantic analysis to detect relevance, intelligent essay assessor to detect importance, novelty through Latin semantic analysis, and term frequency inverse document frequency. Critical evaluation, as you might imagine, is the most difficult one, but we are, of course, working on that too. Here you have a synthesis of what we did and of the different, the parallel ways of experiencing our research in the first kind of prototype and the second kind of prototype. What I want to drive your attention to is data collection. Because we had, we used 3 open-ended questions in the first kind of analysis, and we used also other kind of exercises related to paraphrases, comments, and analysis starting from literature texts. And in the second experimentation, which is in progress, as I was telling you, we carried out and we asked to write essays based on 5 open-ended questions. Again, we analyzed those texts by 2 expert evaluators, and the prototype to see the correlation. And of course, we carried out also correlation tests in order to understand the correlation measures. Results. Of course, as I was telling you, analyses are under issue at the moment, but you can see that a correlation is shown from moderate to high correlation depending on the macro indicator. What we can see here, you can see there's that in these graphics, you can see the parallel between different macro indicators, the human rater and the prototype. There is a lot to do still, that's for sure. But we can say that the prototype is really improving, and the differences between the average scores, for instance, for the use of the language scores and novelty are quite low. So it means that we are getting there slowly, but we are getting there. As regards inter-rater reliability, the rubric for critical thinking assessment shows good properties with satisfactory reliability between two human. The best correlation among human raters and critical thinking prototype 1.0, the first one, were obtained for the macro indicators relevance in the commentary and importance both in the paraphrase and commentary. However, the overall reliability could not be considered yet, as I was telling you. If we need to, have a synthesis of what we have done so far, we can say that for sure human raters tend to assign higher scores than our prototype as regards the commentary. So as regards the exercise where participants are asked to be more productive. On the other hand, in the paraphrase, the prototype assigned higher scores than human raters on the macro indicators of relevance and importance. And this result could be explained because the prototype is designed to infer concepts from the questions and answer tests. In the paraphrase, participants are required to report all the text topics. And in this condition, the prototype easily identifies all the concepts without the need of further analysis. So, of course, the machine needs to be structured in a certain way in order to get best results. We are working, as I told you, but early findings suggest that an NLP approach appears to have a lower level of rating quality than human raters. More research, of course, is necessary to explore features and possibilities to improve such rating quality in the future. It is hard work. As I said, it is a real challenge, but we can say that this system support the users for sure from this very moment, the human users, I mean, and it could be really a consistent and relevant upgrade in the evaluation and detection of critical thinking skills and support of critical thinking skills and digital information skills. I can say that if we start integrating in our teaching, learning, and training activities, as we do with our museum educators who take our courses, and we organize our activities integrating, as I was saying, critical thinking as one of the main teaching and learning and training objectives. Also, the assessment part can be more consistent and help us develop our objectives. And technology and technological tools, prototypes like the one we are working on, can be a strong impulse to development and growth, and especially to limit the risks we are all living this time. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm here for your questions. I think we have a few moments to devote to questions. And here you have also a series of references you can access to, but if you're interested, I can give you even more. So thank you again for your attention. Thank you, David. I wanted to go back to Socrates. That is our leading image.
Okay, thank you so much, and we can put Socrates back on the screen for the questions. So we'll give people a second to, if you've got questions, please just go ahead and put them in the chat, or if you want us to call on you, we can do that too, which you have to, I think, tell us in the chat. So see if there are questions coming in through the chat, and while we're talking about that, while we're waiting for other questions to come in, can you speak a little bit about your thoughts on what, we talked about we learned about the prototype and how it analyzes things and compares to human raters, but we also talked about the idea that people might need to get a little bit better at thinking critically, that they often make mistakes. Are there can you give us a little more on your overview on what we might want to do to help build critical thinking in sort of the big picture sense, so that when people go to the news sites, they really know what they're doing?
Yeah, in fact, things. You mentioned the key words. What we should help people do is question themselves. Question themselves, and being critical doesn't necessarily mean to be difficult, because sometimes we misinterpret ourselves the term, and we think that being critical means being difficult. Not at all. But if if I go back to one of those slides related to the issue of misinterpreting facts, really the consequences are horrible, and being very, very practical, we should tell our I speak about students, but of course all those in training or whatever course they are taking should value the courses and what they're doing, also when trying to look for information. Whatever they are in a formal or informal situation, they should think, I need this information, but I need to be sure that this information is actually, first of all, what I'm looking for, and then is not created on purpose to become viral, because many lots of information that we find and that we are overwhelmed with are created on purpose to address our thinking. So if we are able to reflect and at least question ourselves and say, okay, this is what this source say, but is this source sufficiently authoritative? Is it sufficiently good for me? What is this source aiming at? So those kind of dispositions what we were talking about, the idea of being skeptical, of being inquisitive, are really important and should be taught, should be disseminated to those who are taking our courses. We were at the beginning talking about the law environment. And there, of course, this kind of attitude is more natural in a way. But we should think that this kind of inquisitive attitude and disposition can be really trained, can be trained in whatever setting we are based, but especially can be trained in whatever setting we are based through culture. And that helps us to develop this kind of skills.
Right, there's a question that came in from Christina, sort of about the use of the prototype. So this is, if you think about the bigger picture and where your machine works, right? Your machine reading tool will fit in. How do you see that contributing back into society? And I guess my related question to Christina is, which is kind of on my mind, is when you look at the machine and you look at the human raters, like how do you know who's better at this point, with critical thinking being a concern? So kind of, I think the question from Christina is really, how do you see the prototype as you continue to build it out, helping people then further develop critical thinking skills, teachers or other stakeholders?
That would be very helpful. And actually, Christina, if you want to know more, but actually I see Francesca Francesca Menduni, who is part of my group, and actually she's doing lots of work especially on this prototype. Can tell you more, but she already mentioned one of our articles. It can be really useful, because when we are in large settings, we were talking about MOOCs, or anyway, in a setting where you have large amount of data to process, of course, human beings, as we said, and from our analysis, you can see that human raters, especially as regards critical thinking, are the best raters. But a prototype that at least could support the human rater could give a huge help to process data, to have at least a first vision of the situation, and the human rater could be very much helped in processing the data, supporting our users to be more critical, to be better thinkers. Because of course, if you don't have the possibility to measure your level of critical thinking, you can't improve. Assessment should always, according to my opinion, assessment should always be formative, first of all. So, if we help assessors through technology and progress, I think we have development and also better thinkers.
Great. Well, thanks so much.
Sorry.
And there's so much
Christina
there.
also wanted to know which kind of users. Of course, not only teachers at all. As I said, these kind of strategies could be used in whatever setting, being them lawyers, being architects, being engineers, being whatever. Actually, we carried out another research, always related to the assessment of critical thinking, having comparison between different fields, in particular engineering and education. So if you're interested, Christina, please contact me also by mail. I can send you other information and other articles.
Great. And maybe for next year, then we'll have the machine take the Ray and Jane polls. So we'll see if we can connect everything to this conference for next year.
Yes, absolutely.
We'll see what it thinks Ray should do next. It may get it right. It may get it wrong.
Yeah.
I think that we're just about out of time. Antonella, thank you so much for everything this morning.
Thanks to you.
Also,
always.
just to make sure everyone knows, Antonella will be back with us through the conference and for the panel tomorrow.
For your background, which I really miss. Your virtual background.
All right, good. Well, yes, I know. I hope it doesn't make you miss New York. We'll get you back here hopefully next year. And,
absolutely.
And we'll see you later in the conference in the chat, and then tomorrow on the panel as well. So,
tomorrow on the panel. I'm looking forward to meeting you all there. Thank you.
All right, fantastic. Thank you once again.
Ciao.
Okay. All right. So thanks to Antonella for a wonderful keynote. And next up for the next 15 minutes or so, I'm going to just walk through a couple of brief demos. Yesterday, I talked about some learning experience design concepts, and I talked about some of the things we can do in an imaginary world that's not too far away. And some of those were, the future of artificial intelligence, and not even necessarily the distant future, though some of it was. I'm going to go through those examples in my afternoon talk in more detail and show some more workplace specific kind of AI visions for the future. But what I want to do in the time this morning is spend a few minutes walking through some demo segments that we can do now. And these are sort of simpler things that capture still a lot of the concepts we've been talking about, learning by doing, and an active learning and some kind of coaching in a much more manageable way. They're things that you can build today, and they're things that in my case we have built today and have the rights to show, which is one of the reasons that I'm going to show them. So I'm going to walk you through just pieces of a few things. One is a very short learn by doing simulation, and this is a fairly simple version of the learn by doing simulation model. This is part of a customer service and sales course for people who are interested in a retail career. So these are people who tend to be at the beginning of their career. They're more often high school and community college students looking for a job. They can be people a little bit different stages of their career, different stage in life, who are looking to get into a retail job. It's a course created for the National Retail Federation Foundation, which is, or the NRF Foundation, which is the nonprofit arm of the National Retail Federation. The NRF is sort of the large retail organization. They sort of support the industry. So kind of as it was with PLI, the Practicing Law Institute, yesterday and this morning, if you're in the field, you know them. So if you're outside the field, you may not, but it turns out everyone in retail knows NRF. And so it was a pleasure to work with them. What we're going to do is I'm going to show you a little bit of a demonstration of a very sort of small simulation. So let's go ahead and show that, and then we'll talk a little bit more about it.
Hello, can I help you find anything today?
I'm just looking. Thank you.
Sure, my name is James. Let me know if I can help you find anything.
I will, thanks.
Okay.
James, now I flip back just so you could see the earlier choices. Now I've got another situation where James is deciding what to do next. He is the salesperson, she is the customer. He made the mistake earlier of too quickly giving her too much information and not just asking what she wants. Kind of the same way that Ray needed to ask Jane what she is hoping for. So we should ask if she's finding what she needs. So there's a generalization about open-ended questions, and that's probably not for this conference, but we'll think about that. So James is going to say, it's going to decide to ask her if she's finding what she needs.
Hi, I know you said earlier you were just looking. I wanted to check back in to see if I can answer any questions.
Actually, I'm looking for a gift for my mom, and she loves to garden, but I don't know anything about gardening.
I could definitely help. We have a great selection of gardening merchandise. Now, What type of garden does your mom have? Does she grow fruits and vegetables or flowers?
Mostly vegetables and herbs for cooking.
Okay. They're basic things like gloves and soil. Is that the type of gift you're thinking about? How about an herb drying rack? Tomato trellis? How about a garden tote? The gardening tote can be personalized with your mother's name on it. It's a very popular gift.
Those options all sound great. Thank you. Where's the garden tote?
The garden tote is on aisle 3.
So we saw language changed at the end, and she started to do a little bit better. So we saw a couple of things. This is a fairly, on the simple side of simulations, so very much on the simple side. But it had some things. It was a realistic situation, filmed in a realistic location. This was, again, drawn from the types of interactions that real people in this kind of store have with real customers. The learner was asked to do something. So it was a fairly straightforward thing they were asked to do, but it was something that they did need to do. They weren't just answering a multiple choice question, even if there was, these really are multiple choice. There are 2 choices or 3 choices, but they weren't just asking a question out of context. They were deciding what to do. There was feedback from a coach. And in designing this kind of simulation, there are so many issues to go through, whether you want to do a more complex one or a simpler one, depends on time and budget and many other things. Here, the coach came up and for this particular audience, every time they did something, pointed out whether it was better, whether it was a good or a bad idea, and then the scene continued. So we did get feedback from the coaching component. One thing we don't get in this particular one, that's why there's a little asterisk next to us because it wasn't in this demo, is feedback from the environment. And that works really well in this type of situation. Again, depends on time and budget and a lot of other things, but we could have played this out, and if you've seen situations like this where Moira, had to, we saw her reaction a little bit more. So we could have seen, when James gives her information, we could have watched Moira walk away or just kind of give him a look that says, hey, don't overwhelm me. So there are things we could have done to expand this more in this particular case. This is sort of what's intended as a simple low budget simulation, but feedback from the environment is a tremendous help. As is coaching guidance, and this one also didn't have guidance, it had feedback. So if you were unsure what to do, it's a simple enough case you could take a reasonable guess, but there's an argument to be made for a coaching guidance section that helps you understand what to do in any kind of situation. So if you're wondering what should James do, that you might have somewhere to look for some advice, and sometimes that's a method that we've used and others have used as well. So one nice thing we saw is when there was feedback, even in sort of the simple low budget version, when there was feedback, it was never just that's right or that's wrong. There's always an explanation. Why is it? Can you help people abstract away and generalize the key principle even in something fairly straightforward and simple? So it's, this isn't really ideal because Moira already looks like, she's, getting a little bit bothered. This isn't really the right thing. She's wrinkling her face. That's an indicator. Or her nose, I suppose. All right. So I'm going to move on to another one. Time's going to go by quickly. This is a model called Watch, Rate, and Compare. This is a course for attorneys to help them better conduct interviews with pro bono clients. So this is another one with our friend Lish. This was also created for the Practicing Law Institute, the leading U.S. provider of continuing legal education. And we're going to go ahead and show this one, which is a scene with an attorney and a client. Different course than the one we saw before.
Okay, I've reviewed your paperwork, but I'd like to hear your story directly. So can you tell me what brought you in here in your own words?
Well, I want to work, but I can't anymore. I got hurt 5 years ago and haven't really been able to work since then. Now my wife works and I stay at home. It's frustrating. I'm still young enough to bring in a paycheck for my family, but I can't. Ever since the accident.
Now, the accident occurred while you were driving, but you weren't on the job, were you?
No, I wasn't in the bus. I was on my way to pick up my daughter from soccer. I'm an excellent driver, great with the bus. And that's so much harder than driving a car, Anyway, I was driving my car, had the green light, and another car came out of nowhere. Seriously, it wasn't my fault. That car just came out of nowhere and rammed right into the side of my car. Fortunately, I was on the way to pick up my daughter and didn't have anyone else with me. The driver of the other car left with no injuries at all. But now I have nerve damage. My neck and my back hurt so bad that I can't even sit for long, so I can't drive anymore. I try to look for other work, but I can't lift either. So I haven't been able to find another job the way I am now.
You said the accident occurred 5 years ago, but in the paperwork here, I see that it was actually 4 years ago. Is that correct?
I guess it was 4 years ago. 4 long years. Seems like a lifetime ago. I don't like to not be able to provide. I promised my wife I'd always take care of her, and look at me now. She's covering shifts on 2 jobs.
Yes, it goes on for a little bit, and I just want to kind of move to the next segment. Let me show you the compare part. So after this, after this clip, what happens is you watch the clip, and then you rate the attorney on how she did at the key components that the attorney had to key criteria that the attorney was supposed to follow. So this came in the context of a bigger course. How did she do at preventing distractions? She didn't, we rated her apparently as not that well at responding to distractions, asking follow-ups, and listening behaviors. So a lot of different things in that clip there, and then you compare your answers to those of others, and also get feedback from Lish, the attorney. So there's a lot in that one. Again, it's a realistic situation. You get feedback through peers ratings. You would compare when I rated her, you could also see that what the other people thought. So you would see, I said she did a bad job, but 80% of people said she did a good job. Feedback from a coach and expert, and and also feedback from peers' comments in some cases, and it wasn't in this model, but sometimes we'll be able to include peers' comments as well. And this actually does run as both a collaborative MOOC version and as a self-paced version. In the collaborative one, you can continue the discussion in the discussion forums. All right, so with that, what I'm going to do, and also feedback with an interaction with peers or a coach, there's more that we can do. So with that, what I'm actually going to do is wrap up a little bit. I have other demos that I can show, and I will get to at some point during the program, but I do want to move on to our next session. So give you a couple of things to look at. We've got a couple more coming later, and some more about the AI model as well. So we're looking forward to doing all that. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to stop and turn it over to the next talk, which is coming up. So we are pleased to have Gila Kurtz and Yana Zagori from the Holon Institute of Technology in Israel. We're going to talk about podcasts as a means of teaching and learning in higher education. So if we can go ahead and roll their intro, and then we'll turn it over to them. Slides up, and just waiting for Gila and Yanni to join us on camera, and we should be just about there.
Hello, good morning. Hi, do you hear me? Just checking. Yeah, excellent. Okay, so we cannot be two presenter. Okay. Oh, hi and hi. Hello. Hi, everybody. Okay. Hi. Hello from Israel. Well, I would love to be with you over there in New York. This is my third presentation, third year presenting this wonderful conference, and I wish I would be there. This the whole conference hall at the Columbia University, and especially meeting Antonella, David, and all the other friends. So let's hope that next year. So we are very proud to present our work on podcast as a means of teaching, learning in higher education. So now I'm gonna be moving the slide by, let's see if it works. How do I move the slide? Do I move it by myself or ask someone to move? Yeah, me, sorry, now I know. Okay, oh, here's the short outline. We will start by presenting ourselves, and we'll talk about what, why podcasts. And then I will present my experience on research on podcasts as a learning tool. And then I'll move to Yanai. I'll give the floor to Yanai, he will talk about podcast as teaching tool. And also we will sum up with lessons learned and future plans. And hopefully that we hope that we find collaboration with you. Let us start, guys. There's a noise, Yanai, it's in your place. Okay, this is us. And Yanai, can you introduce yourself?
Hi, everybody. So I'm Yanai, as Gila said, Yanai Zaguri, and I'm teaching in the Holon Technical Institution, and I'm teaching mainly how to develop e-learning, and also responsible for the final project of our BA program. And in addition to that, I'm part of the industry, and I'm developing learning program in the Israeli industry. So that's me.
Okay, thank you, Yanai. And I'm the Dean of the Instructor Technologies faculty in Holon Institute of Technology. Basically, our mission in the faculty is to train professionals as digital learning experts. Our graduates are employed by institutions and organizations as e-learning experts, website content managers, and also as the designer and developers of instructional games and simulation, like you showed before, David. And we are from Holon Institute of Technology, which is a well-established multidisciplinary institution. And we represent the combination of academy and industry, advancing towards the integration of science, engineering, design, and management. Approximately, we have like 5,000 students, bachelor degree and master degree. And in our faculty, we have like 200 students. So before we move to the next slides, we would like to know about you, about your experience, your use of podcasts. So we prepared two questions poll that I assume that someone will pop it up. Right? Am I right? Oh, you can see it in the chat. The first question is, do you listen to, how often do you listen to podcasts? Not at all. Half an hour a week. Okay, excellent. We are getting the answers. There are two questions. What is the main use of you? Okay, this is excellent. So we know who is here. Okay, entertainment. Yeah, updates to learn. Most of you listen to podcasts to learn, and you. What is like? Well, we have a number of participants that don't. Do you see the results? Participants see the result, right? So like an hour a week and 2 hours per week. Okay, so most of you know what's podcast, but I suggest that because you have diversity of knowledge, let's start with defining what's podcast. But first, see our wonderful institution. You can see it's empty, the same in all over the world. You know, I just came back from work and no students, silent, nothing. So it's a bit pity. Okay, so what is podcast? This is the general definition. This is a digital audio media that is available online or downloaded for offline use. So it's usually, as we can see, it's usually available online or can be downloaded. Podcasts are very popular. And as most of you agree with me, because it fits to our, how do you say, busy lives. So you can listen to podcasts, whatever, when you go to the gym or go to the grocery, just listen to podcasts. At least this is what I do. There is also a personal element in podcast. It often creates communities. It's a way of finding the individual. You listen to people from your area or your interest, and then you can share your thoughts, and by that you can make some, a community. And as we can see that it's when we go to the learning and teaching, it can enrich the teaching and learning experience. There's our talk that you can read, but you can also listen, or can you view video clip. So first, for enriching, it's very simple, technological. Either produce a podcast or listen to a podcast. Flexibility in time, you can learn and listen whenever you are. And actually, it's break through the boundaries of the classroom as the space. And now with the COVID-19, we were forced to do this, but we use podcasts even before. But with this COVID-19, now we use it as a teaching and learning means. And I will start with learning. What do we do in learning? Sorry, to move this. Okay. In one of the courses, in the MA courses, students were asked to share their professional knowledge, and they had to plan a topic like what we say. I'm sorry, it's in Hebrew, so I'll tell you it's about like learning management systems or simulation or mobile learning, and infographics, also podcast about infographics, which is kind of strange. So they had to produce, it was a final assignment in the course. It was really strange, because they are used to write and present or make a PowerPoint presentation. They had to record the same in a studio, and it became one of the fascinating assignment to be done, because this year also they are doing it, but this year that we are not going to a studio because we cannot come to the campus, so they do it on their mobile phone. So we hear from them that this was one of their best assignment, and you have to understand it's online, it's open. So when they go to interview for work, they can share it, and they have. And I know for one student, she got a job because they heard her on the podcast. So this is kind of thing we're offering to use the podcast as a mean of assignment or work of a student to share knowledge all over the country and even in the world. But if you understand Hebrew, you can listen to it. So this is my part, and I'll move to Yanai. Okay, please, Yanai.
Share. We will take an example that, again, we use in our MA in one of the courses that I'm giving. And in this course, I used the podcast that I pre-recorded in order to create a flipped classroom. The students listened to the podcast before the lesson. We had 10 episodes. Each episode presented a use case and a specific topic. And once they finished listening, they would get, and in the classroom, we would have a simulation. We will start a discussion. We will start the lesson immediately handling the content, the issues that a training manager can find, or a training director or L&D director can find a specific situation from the field. And it was very interesting to see how they are trying to implement the knowledge that they already acquired during the podcast and listening to those episodes that we pre-recorded. And especially this year, especially during the COVID-19 challenge, the fact that they listened to the podcast helped them be reconnected to the content, even when we are not on the lessons. And even before this COVID-19 challenges, we experience our learners, our students telling us that they are feeling that the boundaries of the classroom has been breached. It has been breached because we can take the lessons and the voice of the lecture, my voice, into their car when they are washing dishes, when they are taking the dog to a walk. We have been able to be with them even when they are not at campus. And another very interesting thing that we have found using this method is the fact that the students told us that they felt very close, very interpersonal relationship with the content. And that was very, very important, as I said, especially during COVID-19, when I can share with you my experience. I delivered that course without meeting the students face-to-face even once. I needed to deliver all of that course remotely. And because they pre-listened to the podcast, they already got familiar with my voice, with my story, with my elements. They already started to know who is Yanai and what is my background and what are my opinions and what is my narrative. And that really helped us during this period. And we understand that we need to make sure that we are increasing the interaction. So we got to create kind of an interpersonal interaction with our students, increase the engagement, but we want to take it one step further. And taking it one step further is the project that we are currently managing as part of our BA program. Our students are creating a full project, a real-life project that needs to work in the industry. This project, and sorry for the Hebrew, you can see it on the screen. And this project is a podcast, an interactive podcast. It means that, as we saw in the examples just before our sessions, this podcast will allow the user, the listener, to be prompt with a question or with a scenario. And by selecting a specific branch, the podcast will change the outcome, will change the following steps of the podcast. You can see on the right side of the screen, you can see the end user experience. And again, sorry for the Hebrew. We are thinking of translating it to English. So if you have any thought about the interactive podcast, please contact us. So on the right side of the screen, you can see the end user experience. You can see that in the middle of the podcast, a question has been prompted to the user. Those little lines, yellow lines, are representing the point in time when a question will be prompted. And on the left side of the screen, you can see the editor environment. The editor environment, which allows you to upload a voice, MP3 or MP4 file, and start providing it interactions that will interact with the user, multiple choice, single choice, even an open question, even a rank question, and just branching. So that's what we are planning to do, and I'm very excited to start handling this system. And I'm getting the first versions of the system from the students that are developing it, and it's really exciting to think about the potential that we can reach engagement and interaction with our students using this kind of tool. That's from us. Gila, do you want to take it from here?
So we are very much excited with this work, and we ask you if you have any questions, comments, or would you like to collaborate in sharing in this developing this interactive podcast. We are very welcome any collaboration. Thank you. I'm looking at.
Thank you so much. We're going to have we do have time for questions, so we're going to wait for the questions to come in through the chat. So thanks again for the presentation and for the explanation. So so you do podcasts as well. we all want to ask this question, so I will ask while I have a moment. You are giving the appearances of someone who does podcasts quite a bit. So tell us a little bit more about your experience. You look completely set up. It looks like you have a radio station.
Yes. So actually, we find podcast also in the L&D industry as a very effective mean of transferring knowledge, of broadcasting the content. And we are in an e-learning situation. We are used to think of very enriched graphic environments. And sometimes those very enriched graphic environments are really helpful, but sometimes the content is enough. Yes, it demands us to really think about the content. It demands to create a very strict not only interaction, a very strict audio file, either by using storytelling or by using a very delicate and well-thought content, because we don't have the bells and whistles of graphics elements and drag and drop and a multiple choice question rising up on the screen. So we have only the voice, and voice needs really to matter.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And the stories, I know, yes, as you mentioned, we've seen a lot with stories earlier in this conference, and that's a critical thing. What are some other things that come up if someone's putting together a podcast and they wanted to really grab people? So along with stories, what else might you recommend?
The best tip will be to, although it's challenging, I think the best tip will be to keep it personal. Creating a podcast from the point of view of someone that taking you into his living room. Even if it's a talk, a dialogue, two friends that are speaking eye to eye, opening the discussion, trying to release the very didactic elements that we have in corporate learning and in the academic, trying to be very open and loose, and that's what's getting the content to flow, and that's what the users are wanting to hear. Using humor, of course, if you can, if you have it, if you have that ability, that's great. And as personal as it gets, that's what to be driven. That's the most important tip, I think.
Great. Thanks. And there's a question from the chat from Christina. Just says, sorry if she missed this in the talk, but do students need special communication skills? Do you train them on sort of, this is a communications experience as much as anything else doing a podcast? So are there things that you do, students get trained on how to speak in public or on their voice or anything like that? Is there some part of that in putting together a podcast?
Yes, we do, because we don't want them to be recorded like reading and very monotonous, like very boring. So we tell them you need to get the listener to present using just their audio and usually each podcast starts with a story, personal story, to engage the listeners, and from there they go. But this is really an academic stuff. It's not like entertainment. If you're interested in learning about LMS or virtual words, so the topics are very professional, and they bring their experience on top of content that they read, or maybe their project from previous course. Also, we add the text, of course, the script, but with URLs for additional knowledge or podcasts. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, let me ask something sort of related. When some of these are academic, so there's a lot of information potentially, right? And the academic way is to recite a lot of information. So how do you manage? How do you help advise people how to handle that, both in terms of the content that gets in and the rhythm of the entire experience, right? Because people need to process things cognitively as they're listening, and not be overwhelmed. If you're sitting in your car listening to a podcast and someone gives you 10 key points, I don't think, what are you going to remember? 2 of those if they go by quickly. So what tips do you give your students to help them manage this sort of the tendency to want to speak about a lot of information and how to balance the time so that people can process it appropriately in the environment that they'll be in when they hear it?
Okay, I forgot to say that we limit the time no more than 8 to 9 minutes. So this is an additional challenge. You have to bring the clear and cut message you want to say. So this is what we do. Like, here are the 3 keys that I want to tell you. And so they're very short, and it's really hard for them because they're used to write. And they finished each podcast with kind of something to think about. Like, okay, what do you think? What do you figure out? What will be with the virtual words? So this is something, yeah, it takes them a lot of time, much more than, regular assignment. So yeah, we train them, and we train them to use the voice up, down, and so forth. But they don't need special equipment. They can use their mobile. You're right, we have a radio station, which we didn't use this year, but it's very simple. But hearing yourself talking about something really changed the mode of students.
I'm sure it does. I'm sure it's quite a, they don't sound the way that they think they're sounding. Yeah.
Thank you, Christina. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great question. Sarah, go ahead. Yeah, Yana, go ahead.
Yes, and I want to say, yes, we are, it is a challenge because when we are thinking about how people are consuming information, we are dividing it to leading forward as we are working on a computer, or leading backward as I'm seeing Netflix at night. And podcasts are being related more to leading backward, to the state of mind that I'm not really learning. But there are some tricks that we can use in order to make the learner lean forward, at least in the state of mind, using sounds, using storytelling, using a very exact opening and closing, using a repeated structure of each episode. Those best practices coming from the industry allow us to create the maximum learning unit from a podcast.
Got it. We have another question from Sarah, which is, can you talk more about how podcasts can build community and how to do that more effectively? So maybe you want to speak to that.
Do you want to?
There are 2 ways. First of all, when the students are required to record a podcast, to create their own episode, they are exchanging their own opinions about the episode that their peers are recording. So I'm recording an episode and I'm sending it to all of my peers, and something in the environment of listening to your assignment and having my own opinion on your assignment, and the challenge that I'm facing, which is very close to the challenge that just last week, creates kind of a discussion, a very professional peer discussion. But even for the lesson, the students that only listen, the student that only needs to follow a podcast from, for example, in my course, the fact that all of them heard the same story, and we are starting the discussion on the point that the story got to be complicated. For example, in one of the episodes, I'm telling them about a very, very difficult issue that I had with one of my peers in one of my L&D jobs back in the days, and I'm getting them into the conflict, and I'm telling them what a terrible mistake I did by not collaborating with that person. And then we are starting the discussion on what have you been doing, what would you have done in this situation. And the fact that all of them are aligned and all of them are knowing the story and in the context, that allows us to speak as a community, as peers, not as a lecturer that come and provide the knowledge for them, as a community that create the knowledge and create together the answer to what have you have done in this specific situation.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that brings them, they're sharing a common experience, and then that gives you something kind of in the, in the way that my fifth grade class, when we did the state project, if you saw that one yesterday, is the same kind of thing. You're working on something similar, and you collaborate and you form a community because you're engaged in this common experience. Another question from Palmer Jones, which is, what do you see as the most effective way to use podcasts to inspire behavior change? So there's a challenge. So give you 30 seconds to think about that, and you're on the spot. So these have been great answers so far, but
I've never
you got the big
used
microphone. You got to be ready to answer the questions. Is how it goes.
Well, I really don't know, because we use it for sharing professional knowledge. This is not our main target. It's just sharing knowledge and not changing. So honestly, I don't know. So maybe next year you will tell us. Because I don't know. Thank you, Sarah, also.
I would add that
I would imagine there are different. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Yanai.
Yes, I would add that I think that the podcast is one of the means. Is one of the means that help us. For example, in the L&D domain, it's one of the means that help us to provide knowledge. And by providing that knowledge and getting into sometimes the most intimate places that a person can take our voice with him. Sometimes to walk the dog, or when I'm doing the dishes, or whenever, when you are there and providing the same message again and again and again, you have more ability to be there providing the knowledge. For my opinion, it won't be enough to create a behavioral change. We need more blended solution in order to create the behavioral change.
Right. So it's one element generally in your view, it's one element of a strategy, and it's an important element. It's a useful element, but it's not necessarily in and of itself going to be sufficient in most cases. I think, right. I think it was a murder case that reopened because of a podcast, right? I think that was the big story in the U.S. So you can, you can change behavior in some sense, but that's maybe more, societal change than it is any individual person that might be asking too much. So you never know. Well, great. Well, I think we are just about out of time. Thank you so much for taking the time with us. Both of you, Gila and I. Gila, I know we have a pre-recorded interview, so you'll be here with us in video tomorrow, and hopefully here with us on the chat throughout the rest of the conference.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, thanks once again. Okay, and then next up, for those of you who got to see Ryan Baker yesterday, hope you enjoyed Ryan's talk quite a bit. It was a lot of fun to have Ryan with us, and if you haven't seen it, you'll be able to check it out on the pre-recorded versions. Up next, what we're going to do is take a look at an interview that I did with Ryan a couple of weeks ago, where we got into a little more detail about some things. So we sat down together and talked for a little bit. So we're going to go ahead and show that for the next 15 minutes or so, a clip that I did with Ryan Baker, pre-recorded interview. So we're going to roll that. We hope you enjoy it. Back live in 15 minutes. I'm here with Ryan Baker. Ryan's the director for the Center for Learning Analytics at the University of Pennsylvania, and also is our opening keynote speaker at ICELW. So I'm pleased to have Ryan here with me today. So thanks so much for taking the time.
Absolutely. Thank you for inviting me, David.
Great. So let's start by talking a little bit about your focus of your work, and your keynote speech is on learning analytics. So can you talk a little bit first just about a little definition of what that means and how that might, what that means and how it's useful?
Sure. So learning analytics is the use of the increasingly big data we're getting on learners and learning, from things like online learning environments and learning management systems, other data sources, outcomes for learners, and using that to really improve what we can do to support learners, use it to adapt to learners better, give better information to instructors, better information to various other stakeholders, so they can better support people in their learning and understand their learning and their trajectory as learners more fully.
Oh, that's great. So when you talk about the data that you're collecting, what kind of data are you collecting and particularly finding useful?
So there's a lot of sources of data that are pretty good. Learning management systems often have good data on what students do as they're going through a trajectory of activities, video watching and forum discussion. Interactive learning environments, from intelligent tutoring systems to simulations to games to virtual reality environments, provide rich data on learners' experiences as they're learning. And then other data sources, like for example, data on people's outcomes after taking a course can be a useful component as well. And it's really in that mixture of data sources that you get the most power. Being able to say exactly what's going on now, and then see how it links to what might happen to the learner's future, so that we can kind of predict the future so we can change the future.
Right. No, and I think that's really a key point. When you look at what you've done so far, what have you seen that can really help you shape the future learner's experience?
Well, so one of the things we've really seen is that a lot of signs of what look like just minor disengagement, and people often think don't matter very much, like, say, getting careless and making dumb mistakes, or trying to get through something without learning by just kind of clicking through as quickly as you can. Those things may seem kind of minor, but they're actually really strong predictors of future outcomes and of future interest. So just to give an example from K-12, whether a learner becomes careless or tries to game the system to get through without learning in middle school mathematics actually can predict whether they'll take a job in that subject after college as much as 11 years later.
Wow, that's really something. So first of all, that also indicates you've been doing these studies for some time. That's really quite a finding. When you look at so suppose, for example, then you see somebody who's making these kinds of careless mistakes, and you can look. Now we know, we looked online. This is not just a careless mistake. This is something that can really affect their future. What can you do with that data to maybe change that future?
That's a great question. And I think part of what you can do is get it to a human being to talk to them. I mean, if their instructor knows that they're becoming disengaged, the instructor can kind of work with them to figure out why they're becoming disengaged. Do they not find the material valuable? Do they find it hard to understand? In fact, a lot of these behaviors, sometimes they come out of boredom, sometimes they come out of confusion and frustration. So being able to figure out why is a really key step. Our lab has also worked with various interventions that can pop up in the moment and try to re-engage learners in various ways. One example being an intervention that we developed with the Army Research Laboratory, where when cadets were becoming frustrated, it actually popped up a message between learning activities that talked about the importance of their social identity as Army soldiers, and kind of reminded them of the importance of the material. And that seemed to reduce disengagement and improve learning outcomes as well.
When you've done your studies, you mentioned instructors before. Has everything that you've studied involved an instructor, or have some things been, completely self-paced, self-initiated? And if so, have you seen any kind of differences in the way that in the effectiveness of those different experiences?
I mean, it's run the gamut. My lab has looked at classroom experiences, but we've also done a lot of work with massive online open courses. And actually, the mandate of my center is around Penn's MOOCs. One of my graduate students a few years ago did an analysis of students taking a data science MOOC and showed that disengaged behavior during that MOOC was also predictive of outcomes. And in particular, kind of taking the opposite side, students who were very, very engaged with reading everything on the forums, it turned out that they didn't even have to post that much. But if they were reading everything, they were more likely to publish a scientific paper in the specific sub-area of data science that MOOC was in. So we're seeing evidence that with individual online learning and in classroom learning, engagement really matters.
Yeah, absolutely. And are you seeing anything then, sort of, I'm wondering if some of this is related to their personality too? Some people are also just gonna be a little bit shyer about posting, and that may make them seem less good to someone evaluating it than they are. They, here's somebody maybe who didn't post a lot, they read everything, they internalized it, they understood it, they became, they later published papers, but during the class, maybe they didn't make quite the impression. So is there sort of anything that comes out of that in terms of being able to better, understand how people are performing, and are there sort of mistakes that people might be making now in looking kind of at just the information that they see rather than the information that maybe they can't see?
I mean, that's a really nice point, David. There's definitely been research on personality attributes and behavior and outcomes in online learning. And is it turns out that of the big 5 or big 6 personality attributes, the one you're kind of mentioning, extroversion, is not predictive of at all of outcomes, online or offline learning. The one that really is conscientiousness. So that person who may be shy, but they're going through and conscientiously reading all of the discussion forum posts and thinking about them, they're coming out fine too. So one caveat, by the way, is in terms of getting a grade, if you post a lot, you're more likely to get a better grade. But if you read everything, you're just as likely to participate in the field going forward. So that may be a warning signal to some of the people who may be grading online based on their students' extroversion. That actually doesn't really correlate to their deeper knowledge.
Have you been able to be involved in or consulted in the design of a learning experience kind of early on, so that the experience could be designed around collecting rather the kind of analytics that you can make the most of?
That's a great question, David. And in fact, I have, in some cases, been brought in at the very beginning of projects when they're just starting to develop an instrumented system, and other times relatively late in projects when they already have been collecting data for a significant chunk of time. And I'll tell you, once in a while you come up with a case where they didn't bring in anybody for data science at the beginning and everything turned out fine. But a lot of the time when they're not planning ahead, there's a lot more work and a lot more expense in being able to make value out of the data, because there's key stuff that's either missing or not represented very well. So I would encourage everybody who's listening to this interview, if you want to get full value for learning analytics out of your data, make sure you talk to somebody who knows what they're doing, and check out your database schema, check out your plans, check out your data collection plans, because there's subtleties that you can get wrong that make life very much harder.
Do you find also that sometimes you can't really get all the data that you would want, that you're finding that learning management systems track what they track, and that there are things that you really wish you had to be able to paint a better picture of how someone's doing and what would be right for them individually?
If you take a good interactive learning environment, a lot of those will capture the student's process. They'll capture what they're doing as they come to the solution. A lot of learning management systems, you get that they downloaded the assignment and you get that they uploaded the assignment and what their grade was. But you don't get all that process in between. And the content of the assignment, if it's a well-designed assignment, can still give you a lot of info, but boy, not nearly as much as seeing them work through it step by step. Using an interactive learning environment, and there are a lot of them out there, and these days a lot of them plug into most LMSs, can just give you so much more information.
Do you run into people who are concerned about privacy and concerned that too much is being tracked?
A recent study in the United Kingdom actually found that a surprisingly large proportion of undergraduates didn't want their data used even to benefit them, even if it could prevent them from failing out of a program. In my viewpoint, there's two issues here. One is that people have to legitimately know what their data is going to be used for. For example, if you're using a learning environment and that data is going to be used possibly to determine if you get a promotion or not, you should let people know that. People should have the knowledge about how their data is going to be used. In terms of a corporate learning environment, privacy and the right to consent are a little different in some ways, because a company may legitimately have an interest that all of their employees know a safety procedure or a compliance procedure, and they may really have a good reason to want to track that data. So I think it's a complex issue. One other thing I would bring up is that people should have the right to know, and in some situations should have the right to opt out. But at the same time, I would encourage people to think of, if the data is being used solely for product improvement to help future learners or to help them, that's very different than the kind of data monitoring that they're probably comfortable with from Facebook, Amazon.com, YouTube, Netflix. We are sharing tons of data about ourselves all the time. And I think that the use of that data to improve learning outcomes is a much more pro-social use than the use of it to sell them more Coca-Cola or Pepsi. Data breaches happen, and data is misused. You read the studies about how school districts that send kids home with laptops with cameras have had cases where somebody turned on the cameras for an inappropriate use. And law enforcement officials who have access to like license plate databases, there's been studies showing that a lot of license plate lookups are like romantic partners and things like that. So I mean, there's always been misuses of data, and it comes down to, is the benefit worth the risk, and what are the protections we're putting in place? for example, at the Penn Center for Learning Analytics and at the Pittsburgh Science and Learning Center Data Shop, we try to be conscious about our stewardship of the data, and we try to limit the access to a small number of authorized individuals. And we try to make it so that when analyses are done by other individuals, they do the analyses in a way that doesn't reveal individual identifying information. Educational and learning data is not data. An ongoing debate is all data data, or does different data have different characteristics? And I actually think that all data is not data. I think that there's some things that, for example, if you're modeling, make sure that your model works on all of your learners. You know, learners are not interchangeable. In K-12, we've got evidence that people who are not native speakers of English, often the models that work for native speakers of English don't work for them. We've got evidence that kids whose parents are in the military are different than kids whose parents aren't in the military. We've got evidence that people in rural areas are different than people in major metro areas. So figure out what the important groups of your learners are. Make sure your models apply to them. If you're hiring somebody as a vendor to provide you with analytics, make sure that they have some expertise with learning analytics. Typically, one of the mistakes I see a lot in the corporate world is getting some smart person with some other area of data expertise and bringing them in and saying, all right, do some learning analytics for me. And those people often, not always, often end up reinventing the wheel badly. And there was an amusing incident, it's now kind of a few years old, but there was an amusing incident on the blog of a major ed tech vendor where they decided that their new analytics team, which was somebody from bioinformatics, put out this blog of all the great things he was discovering. But he was rediscovering things that have been known in learning analytics for 8 to 10 years, and in one case rediscovered item response theory, which is a framework from the 1950s, 1960s for testing, but he did the math wrong. And it was posted on the blog for the whole world to see. That's just the kind of stuff that happens. So, you know, get some expertise, recruit some expertise. My course is out there. There's other online courses and resources out there too. That would be some of my suggestions.
Great. Well, thanks so much. And I think that's a great way to wrap this up. I really appreciate you taking the time to talk with me today. And there's so much there. It's a growing field, and you're obviously on the forefront of it. So looking forward to speaking more, and of course to your keynote. So Brian, thanks once again for taking the time.
Well, thanks for making the time to talk. It was great talking to you, and I look forward to speaking to all of the ICELW attendees in not too long.
Welcome back live. Hope you enjoyed that talk with Brian. Always has a lot of interesting things to say. We couldn't fit it all into 1 hour, so we had some more time with him, and really enjoyed talking with him. Next up, we are moving back to the live program, and we have Matti Koivisto from the Southeastern Finland University of Applied Sciences, who's going to talk with us about the paradox of choice and freedom of choice. And I'm looking forward to this talk coming up. So we're going to roll Matti's intro, and here we go.
Hello, my friends. I hope everything goes fine there. This is my second time in this conference, and as you can see, this time my presentation is about self-directed adult learners and the paradox of choice. The slide here obviously shows that I would love to be there, especially because my oldest daughter lives now in New York City. But summer here in Finland is not too bad, so I can't complain, especially because when I was not able to travel to my daughter, she came back to Finland a couple of weeks ago. So the structure of my presentation is as follows. I will first state the problem that I'm trying to figure out in this presentation. And then I will lead you to the key concepts of this topic, which includes adult learners and motivation, freedom to choose, and especially the concept of paradox of choice. Then I will explain the findings of the small-scale empirical study I carried out here in Finland, and some results that we found out from there, and then I will sum it up in the conclusions. So, first, I want to define the problem. What we all know is that we learn best when we are motivated. So this holds true for younger students, but it also holds true for adult learners returning to college, for example. But the key question here is that what motivates adult learners? Of course, there is no one single right answer here that we can say that something what motivates all adult learners. Because we all are luckily individual, we have our differences. However, there is quite widely accepted understanding that adult learners typically have a deep need to be self-directing. And for them, the possibility to choose is very important, and it increases their motivation. But then comes the but. The idea is that is it always better if we have a large number of alternatives? For example, if I go to a local supermarket and I want to buy, let's say, for example, olive oil, I have dozens of alternatives. Does it make my life easier or not? That's the thing that we will take a little look at this time, but of course not paying attention to olive oils, but taking a look at this from the learning perspective. So now I'm moving to the key concepts here, and the first concept here is related to this learning motivation. We all know these large number of motivational posters that we try to use to motivate us, but I don't believe that this kind of poster is something that works. We need to go a little bit deeper. And all educational institutions, without any doubt, try to find out what motivates their students, and especially what sustains them in the learning process. Because of course we don't want our students to drop out. The whole concept of motivation is of course an issue that we cannot define one single way, but here on these slides there are some examples of definitions made by earlier scholars, and what we can say that earlier studies clearly points out that adult learners typically want to be in control of their educational paths. And one thing that they highly appreciate is the ability to choose. And that has led many higher educational institutions to offer a large number of optional courses to their adult students. And this way, they believe that they are able to increase the motivation of their adult learners. And some scholars have also found out that this possibility to choose becomes more important when students get older. So this is especially connected to adult learners. And the reasons for this can be explained, for example, so that adults have more experience in participation in decision making, and therefore they expect the same during their education. So the first concept was learning motivation. The second concept is freedom to choose. There is, at least in the Western world, most of us believe that the more choices we have, the better. And why we believe this is that we believe that the freedom to choose allows all of us to pursue the kind of lives that we value most. And some studies have pointed out that a large number of alternatives promote innovation, economic development, and social progress. American writer Madeleine L'Ange has gone even further and has said that it's the ability to choose which makes us human. So for that reason, it's very important thing for us human beings to be able to choose. So then the third concept, paradox of choice. And paradox of choice is a concept created by American psychologist Barry Schwartz. And the idea here is that although the alternatives and possibility to choose means commonly welfare, freedom, we can reach a point where too many options can actually be some kind of harmful to our emotional well-being. So the idea is that the available number of options affects evaluation, and it might rise the complexity of decision-making process so that we will hard to make any decision at all. So if we use here a classical example that is made quite a long time ago, but this is clearly pointing out how this paradox of choice can affect us. In this experiment, in an American supermarket, there were different kind of jams offered to the customers. The first couple of weeks, there was extensive selection of 24 flavors. And what happened was that the shop visitors paid a lot of interest to this quite large collection of jams, but surprisingly, they did not buy much. Next 2 weeks, the shop offered limited selection, only 6 flavors. Fewer shoppers stopped by, but surprisingly, they were able to sell more the jam. And this is one clear explanation of how too many choices can sometimes make the decision process so hard that we decide not to choose at all. After going through very fast the basic concepts of the study, I will now go to this empirical study that we carried out here in Finland. And first of all, I have to explain a little bit of this situation here in Finland. In Finland, in the Universities of Applied Sciences, students cannot join the master's studies if they have not at least 2 to 3 years of work experience after gaining the bachelor's degree in their own field. So the idea is that all the master's students in Finnish University of Applied Sciences are working adults returning to college. And typically they don't return to the college full-time, but they are part-time students, which means that they are still keep on working. And in Finland, all these postgraduate degree programs have both compulsory and optional courses. And in our university, the students have to enroll to each course separately. So they even have to enroll for the compulsory courses. So the idea is that they have to enroll, but they cannot choose which compulsory courses they do, but of course for the optional ones, they can select the ones that they find serves them best, which they find most interesting, or which are like giving them the knowledge they are looking for. Currently, we think that in adult education, the freedom to choose increases students' motivation and promotes the progress of studies. In this study, I used this alternative research hypothesis, and I said that the possibility to choose study modules from a large number of alternatives to fulfill adult learners' personal needs does not increase their commitment to the studies or promote their study progress. So the idea is that even though they can select what they want, we are looking for, does that really mean that they are selecting the courses that they will complete? In this simple study, the postgraduate students' study success was analyzed, and we only took a look at did they pass or did they fail the course. We did not pay any attention to the passing grade. We only analyzed did they pass or did they fail the course. And of course, we got the student course selection as well as the number of passed and failed courses after their full first academic year from the official study register. So the sample size was 273 students who studied their postgraduate studies. And the idea here is that this was the total number of master's students starting us in that autumn. And all of them had at least, like I said, 3 years of work experience after gaining their bachelor's degree. Some of them had 30 years of work experience. So they returned to the college with a little older age. So what kind of results did we find them? What are the outcomes of our study? Okay, during the first academic year, they passed 1,600 courses, and they had enrolled almost to 3,000 courses. And we calculated the passing ratios for compulsory courses and for optional courses. And to our surprise, if the student was able to freely select a course he or she studied, she was able to pass only every second courses. The passing ratio was a little bit below 50%. But compulsory courses, they passed, the passing ratio was 83%. And of course, the difference is so large that this is statistically significant difference. So these findings suggest that the ability to choose does not increase students' commitment to studies or promote their study progress. So even though you are able to choose what you study, it is more likely that you fail the course than if somebody else, I mean the university, has selected that in this degree program you must do this module. We also analyzed these results from the university's perspective. This is an important thing here in Finland, where the universities are not allowed to charge any tuition fees for students coming from any European Union country. So studying in the university in Finland is free of charge. We are funded by the government, and the funding is heavily based on the number of degrees attained at the university. Therefore, for the universities, it's very important that the students really graduate. So this kind of efficient flow of studies, timely graduation, and of course, efficient allocation of the resources is very important for us. For that reason, if the students are not able to pass the courses, it means we are not able to get enough degrees, and it will lead to economical challenges for us. I will go back to this slide. I will first point out something here, is that in Finland, salaries of the faculty members are based on collective labor agreements, and it means that we have equal pay system. So it means that no matter if you are male or female, it doesn't affect any way to your salary. We have, in a way, a fixed salary, and it only is connected, or it raises with your experience. And for that reason, we were able to calculate how much does it cost to get one student passed a compulsory course, and how much did it cost to get a student pass an optional course. And what we find out that the average cost for every optional course passed by one student is 74% higher compared to the mandatory courses. So this is like giving us, from the economical point of view, a situation where offering a large number of optional courses might be a challenge for us, because even though students like to select them, they don't pass them, and this is not the efficient use of our scarce resources. Then it's time to sum up the findings of the study before we are able to go to the questions that you possibly have. So, some conclusions. Like I pointed out, the statistically significant findings of our small-scale experiment suggest that in formal adult education, at least in Finland, I know that we should not try to generalize the findings from one country to another. There are a lot of different issues that affect here, but at least here in Finland, more options is not always better. In our university, freedom to choose optional modules from relatively large pool of alternatives did not promote adult learner study progress. Even though we could consider that the adults know what they want to learn, and therefore it would be expected that if they are able to select the courses themselves, that would lead to other outcomes. So, like I pointed out, the graduate students were far more likely to pass the mandatory courses than the courses that they have freely selected. And what is important to understand here is that we could consider that mandatory courses are somehow more important than optional courses, or that they have like different kind of that they could be larger courses or so. But in our university, all courses have equal importance because all of them are 5 credit point courses calculated according to European credit transfer system. That is the system that we use here in all European Union countries. And they also have an equal weight in the calculation of the grade point average. So for that reason, we cannot say that the mandatory courses are somehow more important for students than the optional courses. The findings of the study have also direct effect to the business of our university. And in our case, where our income is directly connected to some measurable output, like annual number of attained degrees, this issue have quite a lot of importance. And because I believe that all educational institutions must be very careful how they allocate their limited resources. That holds true also here in Finland. So we must be sure that we use our resources efficiently and effectively. So the question is, does it mean that we should actually consider about limiting the number of options that students have or not? There is no one single right answer to this. I don't want to say that we have found the answer, but anyway, the findings were a little bit surprising to us. And of course, we have to understand that the labor costs are only one of the many factors in the management of university. This kind of cost difference is something that actually cannot be totally forgotten. I want to sum up this thing finally with the idea that absolutely it is too early to reject the null hypothesis that the freedom of choice promotes adult learners' commitment and study progress in general. There are a couple of reasons here. First, people differ in their choice-making orientation, and we all have our own decision-making approaches. For that reason, I don't want to say that we can generalize the results to all adult learners. For example, it might be a totally different thing if the student have to pay a tuition fee. It might really have an effect here. Second thing that we must bear in mind is that this kind of self-directed learning take place both in formal and in informal context. Informal education has absolutely different motivational factors than formal learning, and studies on informal education have clearly pointed out the importance of choice to the learners. So that's all, folks. If you have any questions, I try to answer the best I can.
All right, thank you so much. And we have questions coming in already. So Elizabeth asks in the chat, what about students who take the optional course along with their requirement? When students take the optional course with required courses, what was shown for a learning life balance? So for example, if there's something about like taking a combination of an art class with a required business class, so is that something that would help or hinder learner success? And was this related to your study? So they can read the question in the chat and get a feel for it. So it's kind of about life balance and kind of the connection, I think, between which optional courses they take and if that weighs in and if you're able to study that.
Of course, there are many factors that we could cover here. However, what I want to point out here is that because these courses, these students were all postgraduate students. They were all studying in their master programs. And for that reason, their selections came in their own field. I mean that if you are doing a Master of Engineering, you are selecting your courses from topics that you study. Let's say that it's, for example, information science. Then you select the courses from that field. So it's not so that you jump to the totally different field in that sense. So what we little bit find out was that, first of all, I want to emphasize that these studies, because the students are working at the same time, they are part-time students, all the courses were either fully online or they were using the blended learning method, meaning that there were limited number of face-to-face sessions at the campus, and most of the studying even in that case took place online. And the early findings that we find out was that we didn't find any difference between fully implemented online courses and blended learning courses. So that's what I can point out here. But I want to be honest, there is a lot what we can try to figure out to find from this data still.
No, absolutely. Can you tell us how many of the what percentage of the courses that a student would take would be compulsory rather than optional?
It depends a little bit of the master program, so there is not a fixed number, but to give you some rough idea of this, the compulsory courses are something like 60 to 70%, and then 30 to 40% is optional courses. But I want to point out that there are little differences here in between the master programs.
Okay. I know you mentioned earlier that people weighted compulsory and optional courses equally because they were, they're kind of worth the same credits and all that. Is there any possibility, and it's just hard to know, but that in the culture of the institution that the compulsory courses are still considered quote unquote more important because they are required, and that there's something extra in the way that people attend to those, or because all of their peers are in them and it would be more embarrassing to not do well or something like that? I don't know, there are those factors that you feel might contribute.
Well, actually, what I think is that it's not this embarrassment issue that you pointed out, but it's rather that when you are studying the compulsory courses, you are studying with your own student group. And what I think that it's important thing to understand that even adult learners don't study alone, they study together. This peer learning is taking place, and they get support from other students. Let's say, for example, that we have one student who is more gifted in mathematics, then his or her friend is not so well in that. Very likely they are outside our organized sessions, discussing in Facebook or whatever media they use, and they help each other because they know the students, and for that reason this peer support is there in the compulsory courses. When they select some courses, they are a little bit like breaking the group. They might know only a couple of students there, and it's a little bit different thing. And that is what we have really studied to study that, because especially in adult learners who have already experience in their field, this peer learning from other students starts to be more important than learning from me, from the teacher, in a way that in our company we do this way. How do you do it in your company? And when they go to the optional courses, that is what they little bit lose, this network of their fellow students.
Got it. So let me ask you sort of a different question. We've got a couple minutes there. We're still waiting for our next presenter, so we can take a little more time, because I have more to ask you, and others may also. So first of all, you mentioned the sort of societal implications of sort of a culture of learning, and that probably weighs into what people want to do, who they're going to be able to work with. If we get back to the choice example you gave earlier at the beginning of the talk, with the we had the jam example, and we had the overwhelming grocery store example. From what you've seen, do you feel that is different online? In other words, for example, in the shopping context, which is not exactly the learning context, in the shopping context, my expectations are different online, right? Like if you walk into a store and they have a million choices, or dozens of choices, it can easily be overwhelming. You want to get in and get out, and it's just so hard to find what you want. Online, the ways you can find things are easier, and your expectations are, I'm shopping online, they should have everything. Why would they not have everything? So are there thoughts that you have about how that could impact online learning, and we put people in sort of the right situations to have the right amount of choice for the context and the technology?
Yeah, well, very difficult to say which way we should come to this issue. But what I think that it's why students might drop some of the courses or fail some courses in our case is that it's the lack of communication. We are not able to tell them in forehand what that is. And I mean that it might be, even when students apply for the master programs, they get heavily involved. What are the compulsory courses? What they should study? They know, they get a little bit familiar with that. And then it is like, when it comes to selecting the optional courses, it might be so that they are actually not selecting, they are picking, so that they are not actually doing real mental work to do the selection. They just choose something, and that might affect here. And of course, in online environment, we should be able to offer better information. For example, some kind of piloting testing. Is this what you are looking for? Something like that before they actually enroll to the course.
Yeah. Relating to the courses, is there, what kind of information do people have available to them when they decide whether to take a course, right? So for a required course, you're going to take it. There's no question. It's got to happen at some point. For an optional course, what do they have? They might have information about the course content. They might have the syllabus. They might have the professor. They might have other people's ratings. Do they have all of those things? And do you have a sense of what they include and incorporate into their decisions?
In Finland, we don't believe that much of grading. So luckily, the students are not giving the grades for me that are publicly available. But the idea is that, yes, of course, they have the syllabus. They have some samples of the material, but still, that is because I have not done it in an academic way, but I have discussed with the students that what could be the reasons for this, and they were clearly pointing out that they would like to know more before they make the selection. So that is the thing that we try to solve here. So maybe we are in our university a little bit limiting the options, and so that less quantity, more quality. That is what we are like thinking here a little bit.
Yeah, because there's something in there about how to make the right informed decision and try to maybe, wonder if there's future work somewhere in trying to understand where people want to how to get people to put more effort into the decision and sort of without overwhelming them, right? So, maybe you have 24 things, but it's easier to narrow down, these are the 4 I'm going to care about. And then I can get into those in more detail. And the other 20, there was no chance I was going to pick those anyway. So it's all the choices are there, but I'm not overwhelmed because I'm easily able to focus to a manageable set. And there might be something to that. And it's obviously hard to do with courses, but there may be something in that where you can, I don't know. I don't know if you want to, build a decision guide to students and, ask them to answer a few questions about their interests or more than that. But there's something in that where, how do you have a large number of choices and quickly get to the subset that's most interesting to you? And that's probably true in any context and something to think about. So, but it's interesting work. We still have time for a couple other questions because our next presenters are still running into some internet issues, I think, on their side. So we have more time for other people have questions, and we have a comment from Annabelle, who did her master's at Columbia and works with us now. Mentions that Teachers College of Columbia uses a similar approach to what you were talking about. There are core courses, but then you have credits that you have to take from outside your department. So you have a set of electives that are optional, and there's some level of optional. I don't know how optional it is and how wide the limits are. And I think every university has some sort of set of limits. So, you can't take, I would imagine if you're getting a master's in instructional technology, you can't take a course on basketball.
That's true. But actually, there's one thing I would like to add here, that here in Finland, of course, we are so small country that we have to take this into consideration. But here in Finland, because we are funded by the government has actually created this kind of online platform where we are offering courses to students of other universities, so that the students can select not only courses from their own university, but also from other universities. And this has been quite a success here in Finland, that it has really offered a student better possibilities. Of course, all these courses are fully online because it might be so that the distance between the student and the university is 500 kilometers or whatever. So, but that is something that we have started to understand here in Finland, that in the limited resources, we are not able to do everything by ourselves. We have to cooperate between the universities, and this way we are able to serve better our students.
And certainly with online courses, I mean, you're right, they can be reached anywhere as long as there's the appropriate agreement for cooperation and credit and certification, whatever is necessary. Is that a new program, the idea of sharing courses across universities?
Yeah, that's a new thing. We have it has been running now for 2 years, and it's like a website where all the universities publish so it's a little bit like edX or something like that you could consider, but the idea is that it's all in Finnish language, because we are that is our mother tongue, and there is no problem for accepting the courses. So the idea is that here in Finland we are a country of trust. So if another university accepts it, we accept it as well. So for that reason, there is no hassle for the students, if you allow me to say this. And even the credit points transfer automatically between the systems. So it is integrated so that there is no manual labor related to this kind of, so that let's say that our students do a course for organized by some other university, then the grades will come to his or her study register automatically. That's something that I think it makes it work well.
Yeah. Do students know, or from the beginning when they're looking for courses, which ones are offered by your university versus another university?
Yeah, in that place, yes, there is always mentioned the university that offers it and the professor who is like responsible for the course.
Okay, so they still have all that information. Okay, so and it's new. So one of the things, I mean, it seems like having more choice in that way is likely to be good, and again, helping people, particularly if there's a way to help people narrow it down a little bit. I wonder if there's also, if it's popular now, that some of that is because it's a new idea too. Like if you've been in the same university, you may love your university, but it just seems like a new and interesting idea, right? Like, oh, I can do this, and you may try one just because of that, and maybe we'll see over the next couple of years if you kind of reach a sort of a regular plateau of how many courses people take, because the grass is always greener, right?
True,
like,
that's true.
Well, why don't we have this? Well, I'm going there, and just because you can, So there's something to that. But this is just it's the first year that you've been doing it.
Well, it's like in a way, still, if I take a look at how much our students select courses from our own offerings and how much they select from offerings of other universities, I would say that 95% that still select the courses from our selection, and only 5% select something from the other universities. So it's like, it's a possibility, but it's still a little bit limited usage. So it's not really affecting to the outcomes at this point yet.
Interesting. All right. Well, good. We have any other questions before we wrap up? And it's an interesting thing that you're dealing with, and the freedom of choice is always just an interesting concept, and feels like there's a lot to do, both in terms of not just selecting a course, but within the courses that we design and the kinds of techniques that we use online, looking at where people have, on one hand, there's kind of a, I want to say it's a myth because it's not false, but it sometimes feels that there's an overstatement that, well, learners need to choose everything. And, learners need to choose a lot of things, right? Like, certainly I don't support the top-down model of education that we've had for so long, where you sit in a class and get told what to do. On the other hand, there is a value to expertise. And, when you're learning something, you are looking at the experts to help you understand what they know. You're new at this. You may not know what to choose. Sometimes, you'd be making, what we consider a blind choice. You don't know what choice you're making. How would you have enough information to make that decision if you're a new student? So there's a balance there in terms of wanting people at all levels, from course design to, to course, choosing what courses you want, to have enough information to make the right decision, but also to have the expertise to lean on to help you make those choices. And it all kind of, I think, plays together as we look to reimagine, re-envision what education could be like. All of this seems to go together. I have a suspicion that students come in a little bit more goal-oriented than maybe they always, maybe they did in earlier years. It feels like, people come in with more of a sense often of what they wanted to do and know, but undergraduate students, for example, may still think that and find that they stumble on something that's, I thought I wanted to be in this field, but no, I had no idea, right? You're still learning a lot about what's out there at those ages. So it feels like we also don't want to lose, the ability to help expose people to new things and encourage them to try new things and get some direction from people who've been there before, which is of tremendous value.
And what I think is that at least my experience is that our master's students, they have multiple roles. They have roles in their families. I mean, they can be fathers or mothers. They have role at their workplace, and they have their role in student. And in that busy moment, they love that somebody gives them some kind of guidance. And for that reason, that if they were like, okay, come to study us, select whatever you want, that would be, of course, I'm not for that, but you understand what I'm pointing out here, that would be a total disaster for them, because they say that, please help us to make sensible choices that are profitable for me in my professional development, for example.
Right, that's right. I mean, you want the freedom of choice, but it's not. You don't want it to be a blind choice. You want there to be advice. So you want to be able to decide what to do. And maybe you can, look, you can decide. You have an advisor. Your advisor says this is best for your career, and he's saying, too bad. I don't think you're right. I'm forging my own path. Or you may think that, but I don't find it interesting, so I'll take my chances anyway and choose something else. And those are all absolutely reasonable. You are your own decision maker. You can choose, but you want to make sure that you have that information and that you have it in a way that helps you make the right decisions. It's presented in a way that makes the right decision, so that you can weigh the risks and rewards and the opportunities and the missed opportunities and the costs for yourself, and know what you're getting into, and and what you're choosing not to. And sometimes, yes, when you're new at something, you might choose to listen to someone who said, hey, I went through the same decision, I always regretted it, here's where I got, or I made this decision, I thought it was the best thing I ever did. This course doesn't sound like it's going to be so valuable, but when you get into it, trust me, you'll know, and you might take that seriously. And a lot of things to go. Well, thank you so much. I think we are ready to move on to Sigrid for the next presenter. So she's just connected. So thanks so much, Maddie. Thanks for taking the time to stay over, talking with me, and hope to see you in the chat, and again back next year.
See you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, so Sigrid has connected. So thanks for working through the technical issues. Can you hear me, Sigrid? I see you. Can she hear me?
Hi. Are you talking with? I'm Julie.
Oh, Julie. Oh, sorry. I thought Sigrid was next. Well, Julie, you should not be. I'm sorry. We are off on our schedule. So, Julie, we're going to hide you. You've got about 15 minutes.
No worries. I just wanted to join early to test that everything was fine, but I guess I didn't know I was going to appear.
No, thank you. Yeah, the system does this. This is kind of like the crashing a Zoom meeting equivalent of the system, and we're trying not to have that.
Okay, no worries.
So I guess Sigrid is still having technical issues.
I will log back in 15 minutes then.
Okay, fantastic. And if you want to come a couple minutes early, our next presenter looks like she's just not going to be able to connect. So I'm going to finish a couple demos from earlier, and then
can you kind of hide me if I stay on, so then I can hear you if you need me to?
We will hide you. Yes, we will hide you. In fact, our team will hide you right now, both your microphone and your camera. And now it has been done. So thanks, Julie. They will put you back on that. So sorry for the confusion, and we gave up Maddie when maybe I had more questions. But I did want to get back to the earlier demos, to save them for the afternoon. But we have a couple more demos that I want to show. So where I last was talking about the watch, rate, and compare model that we saw, and so we've got a little bit of time that you can use to show a couple of additional demos, and then we'll go on to Julie's talk. One thing we talked about earlier was learning by doing. We showed a little bit of a simulation, and in the large scale AI learn by doing environment view that I have with the guy from Greece, and I'll show more of that later, in my afternoon talk and some other things. There's so much more we can do with learning by doing and giving people the best experiences possible. What we saw earlier was a learn by doing simulation in a sales environment, which was a sort of a brief customer service and sales activity where you had sort of limited choices. The ideal version of that model would be you're speaking freely, right? Like, so you are the salesperson, the customer service person, it's really both. You're speaking freely, you get real answers to whatever you say, you get an appropriate response, you get appropriate coaching. Now that's beyond the world that we can live in right now, and beyond what natural language understanding can do. And we certainly wouldn't have a video of our customer Moira sitting in the store for every possible situation if it's done in video. Down the line, maybe it gets a step closer, and rather than pre-recorded videos, we're doing more with very realistic avatars and avatars that behave in certain ways and feel realistic no matter what. So then James, the customer service salesperson, could ask whatever he wanted or say whatever he wanted. So there's all of that is part of the overall long-term view and vision of how those could be. And the AI coach is part of that as well, having somebody who's your mentor. Maddie and I were just talking about, what's freedom of choice versus what's the need for advice. And the same is true in a simulation, right? So in an ideal simulation, you are learning by doing, but you might want advice, and you can control that. Hey, I don't know what to do next. How do I handle the situation? I'm new at it. Somebody help me. Or some people say, no, you know what? I don't really want to hear anybody's view about what I should do. I just want to jump ahead and I want to try to solve this problem. And both of those, those are equally legitimate. They are perfectly reasonable approaches. Different people may approach things differently. Different people will do things in different contexts differently, and we want to support them all. And so by creating the right environments with that kind of flexibility, we put ourselves in a good position. And that's one of the things I love about the Learn by Doing model. I'm going to show you, having said that, move to an actually simpler Learn by Doing model, which is not social. This is a Learn by Doing model to handle a fairly simple but important task, maybe less so with the pandemic. And this is, I'm going to show you this in just one second. This is a Learn by Doing model where people learn to make change. So this is for retail students, people who are looking for a job in retail. It's usually students in high school or community colleges, or sometimes later in life, who are looking for a retail job. And one of the things they actually need to learn is how to make change when people pay them in cash. And this is something you need to do efficiently and accurately. You need to be fast. People don't want to stand around, and you need to be able to do this quickly. So this is jumping ahead a little bit, but you need to be able to do this quickly. So I'm going to show you this example in just a second of a little activity that helps you make change. And for people who pay by cash, which happens less and less in the pandemic days, what is it like? So we're going to show this example, and I'm going to show you, this has no sound, so I will talk over it. So let's watch a little bit. This is also for the NRF Foundation, part of the Rise Up program, the National Retail Federation. All right, so what we're seeing, and I'll pause for a second, is you're asked to calculate the amount of change needed for different purchases. So here we have a customer who gives you $10 for a toothbrush that's $4.75. All right, so it's $4.75. And how do you make the purchase? And this is not, by the way, just so you see what's happening, I'm making the change as the student. 520 is not yet the correct change. I am pulling from the cash drawer as the student and have to get the appropriate amount of change in the correct coin. So you want to use the fewest number of coins and bills. There's another challenge to this. It's not just that you want to get the amount right. So I'm calculating that the amount should be $5.25. And I think the person in this video will get there. But it's also that you want to do it using the fewest coins and bills possible. So there's a challenge to this, and it's surprisingly hard in certain ways. It's incredibly hard, but and to do it quickly. So we're going to watch this finish. All right, and when you say you're done, you tell the machine that you're done. It says you did this right, so you actually got the right amount. But the nice job is a little bit generous because you didn't need to do it in as many coins and bills. So now what it's going to show you is, well, you could have done this instead of 2 dimes and a nickel. So it's 10 cents each for the dime, 5 for the nickel. You could have used a quarter. So you could have done this, a little bit differently. So we're going to move ahead on that. All right, and then we ask you to do it one more time and do it right. All right, so this time you did it using fewest number of coins and bills. You had a $5 bill and a quarter and that was it. Okay. All right, then you're given another one, so we want to see one more of these. It's a little bit more complex. We'll watch this one go through. So again, it's a nice little model, and it's a useful experience for people, and it gives them practice doing something that's realistic. And you don't quite get the feel of the money. There is a degree to which this isn't fully realistic, and could be a step better in some kind of virtual world. But in an online environment, you do it by clicking, and you do choose the right bills, and that's one of the key criteria and one of the key things that you need to learn. Okay, so moving back to the slides, this is, as I mentioned, created for the National Retail Federation Foundation, the NRF Foundation. Elizabeth is asking if this is built in Articulate, and this was built in Articulate Storyline. At my company, Kaleidoscope Learning, we do a lot of sort of higher end products on our own. We have our own platform that we use for sort of some of the higher end things. This was done in Storyline and worked out quite well. So this produced a SCORM file for an LMS. And so we were working within those limitations. So there's no AI in this, but it was in Storyline. So yes. All right, so I've seen the demonstration. Realistic practice, one of the key things here. This was, as realistic as you can get, I think, within this kind of environment. And it felt real to people. Again, you don't get the feel for the money. There's sort of, you don't get the muscle memory. Like we've used a couple of sports examples over the past couple of days. You don't, and not just me, you don't get the muscle memory of doing the activity. And that's something that, in an ideal simulation, you would be able to get at least, and you would get the touch too, right? I mean, if you really could do this the ideal right way. But given what we have, people are doing this online. They don't have, bills at home to do this. They don't set this up. You do get a lot of the realism that you want. And again, learners are asked to do something. They're not, they're not just told this is how you make change. It's not here's just a little math problem. Sometimes we'll do this kind of thing where they'll even see a real customer come up in photo or video and not just say make change, but here's the customer. This person is purchasing, something that, a toothbrush for $4.75. You will see the person and the toothbrush, and it adds to their feel for it. But they have to do something. And so you're really doing the task. You're doing a task that is very much like the task that you're going to do in real life. And that's one of the other keys. You also get feedback from a coaching component. And this is another key element here. And the coach here isn't giving you all that much, but it does give you a little bit, right? So you're not just getting, this is right, this is wrong. You are getting, here's what is right or wrong about it, right? So the goals are make it accurate, do in the fewest number of bills. And arguably the time, which was not considered to be important enough to measure here. But you could easily imagine a model of this one that uses some kind of speed meter to tell you if you're doing it fast enough, and I'll actually show an example of something else like that a little bit later on as well. So there's something to that. Here the feedback though is it's not just you're right or wrong, it's yeah, this was right accurately, this is correct, but you didn't do it in the fewest number of bills and coins. So you get more than that. If you did it incorrectly, you would get as much as the coach could understand about what you did incorrectly. So if you were making a common mistake, it might know, the coach would at least be able to know. People often make the mistake where they, miscalculate and say 550 instead of 525. So if there's a reason you might do that, I don't think this example really was one for confusion, but there are some where there's an easy miscalculation that people make. The coach is prepared to do that as well. So that's another key piece. You also do get, you can get some feedback from the environment. So here, you saw when you pick a bill, it goes somewhere. It's not exactly the real environment, but you also saw that when you selected something, you saw that it was selected on the little screen. So not everything was 100% realistic, but when you took an action, it gave you some kind of feedback there as well. This isn't quite the kind of task where there's feedback from the actual real environment as there would be in something else, right? So in a social simulation, like the Moira and James scenario, you might see in a version of that, if something doesn't go well, you'll see Moira being upset. You saw her, you saw something that James said and she wrinkled her nose, and you thought like, I don't, how do we handle that? So here you don't get that. But again, each of these are options that we have. We're not going to build them all for anything, but we are going to build them for different things. Last piece, and this one has, again, an asterisk next to it because it really was very much not included in this particular model, but I think it's important to always be aware of and think about coaching guidance. So here, this is a fairly straightforward task. So as a learner, as a retail person, as an aspiring retail worker or a new retail worker, you have a sense of how this is done. You've shopped before, you've seen people make change. Soon we will eventually, at some point we'll age out of the group will age out of people who've seen actual cash change that may happen sooner than we think, and then they will no longer need this activity, I suppose. But you do, you've seen this. You're not unfamiliar with the activity or what it means. So there's no coaching guidance component here. So there's no, when I need to make change, nobody to help you. Okay, I don't know what to do. What should I do? It's fairly clear you're going to try to make the change. Calculate it. You should know math well enough to be able to do it in order to work in this job. That's kind of the background for the job. So that's where the point is. But often coaching guidance is really, really helpful to give someone an idea of, what do I do next? What should I be thinking about? What weighs into this decision in a learn by doing simulation? And it really just depends on the simulation. What is it that you're teaching, and what do you want to put together? And all of those are key factors that weigh into things. So kind of where we are on this demo. So I do have other demos to show you later, but I'm going to save at least one for this afternoon's closing session. So I'm going to let that one, save that one. It is still there. And we'll keep talking about learning experience design throughout the day, and as we keep seeing more examples of all kinds of other things. So what we're going to do now is we're going to switch things over in just a second. So we're just about a minute earlier than planned. We're going to go ahead and get Julie started. So Julie, thanks again for being here with us, and thanks for bearing with the early introduction when you came onto the call. So it's great to have you here. We're going to start with Julie's introduction, and we'll go from there.
Hello, everyone. I guess I can start, right?
It's all yours. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you for your patience.
Sorry, just didn't want to crash another party like I did earlier.
Bad expectations at the beginning. It's all yours. The floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Brilliant. So hello, everyone. Thanks for joining this session. My name is Julie, and I'm managing director of a translation company. So I don't work directly in an e-learning company, but I work a lot with e-learning providers. So I'm going to talk to you about something that is kind of goes hand to hand with the product that most of you are creating and working with, but it comes from a bit of a different angle. So I'm going to talk about translation, obviously. In the case of an e-learning, we talk about localization, and I'll explain, why that is. But essentially, what we do at Asian Absolute is that we translate the content of the e-learning, and we do all the engineering into the different languages, mainly Asian languages, but also FIGS and other languages, Eastern European and European. When I say FIGS, sorry, it's a translation term. I'm not sure if it's, I guess you guys are familiar with it as well. The French, Italian, German, Spanish, the main European languages. So I'm listening to all of the kind of sessions that I've catched here and there, and I can see how a lot of thought is always put into design experience, etc., and the content of an e-learning. But from experience, somehow the translation of the content is a bit of an afterthought. So what we see quite often is you have a beautifully designed course. A lot of thought has been put into the content of the course, but then you realize that there may be an interest in a different market, or you have learners that are based in a different market, or that are of a different native language, and you decide, okay, let's translate it, and it's kind of an afterthought, and it's not done with the same care than putting together the original content was, and that's wrong, because it's going to devalue the product and the user experience. So that's why, I wanted to talk a bit about what it is that you can think about to design something that is localization friendly. So that would make sure that the content you're designing will translate well, basically, and won't get lost in translation. So we talk a lot about translation and localization, because they are actually two valid and different concepts. Depending on your content as well. Normally, typically, we would always advise, localization for e-learning content, but sometimes it could be suitable to be translating as well. And we talked about just before, actually, about AI, and we use a lot of AI actually in the translation industry. So I just wanted to say that I absolutely 100% embrace, the technology in the translation industry, and I think that the machine translation that's done now with AI technology is absolutely brilliant. And I know a lot of platform, LMS, and even some, I think, e-learning company kind of have this sort of like plug-in translation capacity to their platform. And I think that sometimes is very relevant and produce a really suitable output, but it's not always the case. It really depends on the content that you have. And it depends obviously on the build and how the e-learning is created. But yeah, so everything I'm gonna talk about today is more focus on localization, but translation is still a valid option for some content and can work really well as well. So translation is more direct. Obviously, something will be a bit more word for word. It's what you'd achieve if you have an automatic translation plugin, for example. It translates the content as accurately as it can, but it follows very much the syntactical structure of the source language. And sometimes, depending on the language pairs again, but sometimes it can sound a bit awkward to a native reader when it's translated. You can kind of feel that it's been translated. And I see that a lot of people on the chat attending this conference are from everywhere around the world, so that's great. That means that there's definitely a lot of people that can understand the struggles of non-native English speakers, because it's a bit more difficult typically for English speaker to really understand that, because it's quite rare that you have that in the English language. But for me, who's not a native English speaker, as you can hear in my accent, and for a lot of the people that I have seen kind of in the comment section, I'm sure we've all kind of experienced that, feeling of reading content that is not been written in our native language and that's been translated well. It's accurate, but it still doesn't really kind of speak our language. And there's a certain kind of awkwardness. So localization is much more refined in terms of strategy to translate the content. So it basically is more an adaptation, and it will give an end result that is much more native. When we localize e-learning content as well, it's not a case of an export of a text file that we translate and then give back to the e-learning authoring company or partner. We also do the engineering and storyline and articulate and whatever authoring tool is used. So it's a native engineer that puts back together the localized version and that tests it. So you avoid any kind of line break issues, corruption issues, and this sort of thing, because you have native engineer putting together the course and the language. one example that can be specifically tricky with languages that do benefit a lot from localizing is any right to left languages, Arabic, for example, because the whole concept visually needs to be flipped. So if you just export a text file and have it translated and re-imported, there may be a lot of things that don't really make sense in the overall visual aspect of your course after you've done that, because the layout itself has not been flipped. It's only the words that were translated kind of within your existing English concept. So that's how we differentiate the two. They're both a valid approach in some cases. It depends on the need, it depends on the language pair, depends on the content. Why translating the e-learning? So I'm guessing that most of you guys are quite convinced already of the power and value of delivering content via e-learning, so you'd understand that really well. But when you have a content that is for learning specifically, it's much more powerful if it's delivered in the native language of the learner. So some people may be able to learn in a different language, or to kind of read in English, or a lot of people speak and understand many different languages. But when it comes to learning a new concept, it's easier in your native language, regardless of how fluent you are in the other languages that you speak. So you can reach a larger number of learners by translating your content, because you can reach learners that are in different markets in different countries. Boosts the knowledge acquisition and retention rate of the information. Again, that is because learning in your native language is easier, and you will not use kind of your brain capacity trying to translate for yourself what it means, so you will retain more the concept that you are presented with. When you are a big organization, we work a lot actually with multinational organizations, so mainly in the financial sectors, so banks, for example. And we do a lot of regulatory learning. This obviously makes sense to translate those, because some of the regulators in country have requirements that the learner learn in their native language, actually. So that's one thing, it's prescribed by the regulation. But aside from that, if you are a multinational company, you're training your staff on something that's very important or that's regulatory, you want to have consistent results across the board. So you don't want to have part of your learner population not achieving the same kind of results as the other part of your organization, because maybe the content was translated poorly or was not translated at all. So that, translating it to reach your global audience is ensuring, as a company, ensures that you have kind of a consistent and effective result across the board. It also shows from a more HR point of view, because I know that a lot of you as well are probably involved in the HR side of things, and e-learning sits sometimes in HR function for most organization. It does show that you recognize the importance of the specific local teams that you're addressing with your content, despite being, in remote area, for example. One of the things that I've witnessed as well over the year is the number of languages that people are requesting for translation of their content. So at the beginning, it was very much focused on, the main biggest languages. But recently, there's increasing number of languages that are being requested, especially East Asian languages and Asian languages, because obviously you have a lot of people there that speak a lot of different languages, and these markets are emerging markets, and they're becoming increasingly important, and it's increasingly relevant to give them the attention and the value them as you would value a learning population in a Western based country. So translating into more what could be viewed by us in the Western world as more obscure languages, like Bahasa, Tagalog, for example. I see more and more of that because of the nature of our global world changing and these emerging market taking more importances. And I think that's really, really positive, and it's brilliant to see. So yeah, those are, the main motivations and reasons. And then again, to kind of touch back on what I said in the intro, another very valid reason to translate your content or localize your content in a thoughtful way is to make sure that the content you're delivering and that you've put so much effort into creating is equally powerful in the language version that you've created. And it's not, a Dutch translation that would devalue your brand identity, perhaps. I'm sure you've encountered that kind of horrible case of translation from Chinese into English. That's the obvious example that kind of goes horribly wrong. And when you see a company and you read their packaging or their label or their publicity campaign, and it's been translated completely wrong, it does devalue the brand. You straight away think, that kind of it's a cheap company and doesn't give the right image. So for brand identity and kind of marketing purposes, it's important to consider the localization strategy that you use. So there is a lot of things to consider aside from just translating the word. When I talk about main content, oh, I changed the slide too quickly. Oops, sorry. So when I talk about main content, I mean the words, most of the literature that goes into the e-learning. I separate it because when we do localization, we normally divide the e-learning that we receive, so the bill that we receive, we divide the main content, the audio script, and the images or animations, because there will be a separate treatment for all of these different items from a point of view of engineering and localizing. So the main content would be the core kind of literature that goes into the e-learning content, the words. When you consider writing that at storyboarding stage, etc., and you know already that you're gonna launch or target some other markets, you need to kind of try to understand your target market's cultural background. There may be some examples, there may be some case studies that you put into your content that are not suitable for a certain market because it would not resonate the same way for the learner. So those things are kind of important consideration to have at storyboarding stage. So when you're creating and writing the content. I think in most cases, at the point that you're writing the content, you will already have an idea whether this content will be delivered in different languages. So if you do anyway, it's a really good idea to kind of have someone maybe from each of those markets, from your organization, or even, asking an external company to help you and consult on your content in English, and if there's any example there or anything there that doesn't resonate with the cultural background of your target audiences. Same thing for graphic and colors. Some markets and some cultures, some countries attach a lot of importance to colors and symbols and numbers even. So all these graphic elements that are part of your main content and your session may be different for them, and it's important to be sensitive to that, and to perhaps have someone look at your content and see whether there's anything that wouldn't be suitable or that would not give the correct impression to your target audiences. Interactive elements and other picture elements, animation, images, etc. Those are treated separately, as I said. because most of the time in the build of the e-learning, they are created with something else. They're external elements and external assets. So we need to kind of do a little bit of pre-engineering work to extract the textual content that is within those elements. So we treat them separately from the main content. We pre-engineer to extract the textual elements. We translate the textual elements, and then we re-put together the animation or the image. When we do that, quite obviously, and this happens as well in the main content, sometimes if your main content is like contained within a text box or within a little graphic element. But the size and positioning of these elements will quite likely have to be adjusted if you're localizing. Most of the languages, they won't retain the same volume as English or as your initial source language. So most of the languages will either contract, for example, character-based languages will contract from English, or expand, for example, other Latin-based languages such as Italian, French, will expand from your original content. So you don't want to be left with an e-learning that was beautifully designed, and each elements were carefully placed, in the page, and then in your language version you end up with a big box or a big empty space and a tiny bit of text at the top, or something that is way too tight that doesn't leave any room for the learner's eyes to rest because it's just full of text exploding everywhere. If you don't actually localize it properly, depending on the tools you're using, it's possible that the text will completely just overrun from the text boxes. So depending if it's a responsive design or not, some of the elements may need to be adjusted manually even. So it's important to bear that in mind and have someone that has the time and energy to check the localized version and to adjust the elements if needed. But yeah, the design initially, if you take into consideration those aspects, it will help the localization stages. So if you have something that's already very tight and you're translating into other Latin languages, it's a good idea to maybe change that design and make it a bit more roomy or remove some elements, etc. Videos that are increasingly popular in e-learnings. From my experience, again, I'm not the e-learning expert, so from my side of things, I see a lot more video elements being included in e-learning. I think that's probably a reflection of the trends and the generation of the learners that are used to learn with video contents like YouTube generation, etc. But when you have a video in your e-learning, that's something else that you need to already think about. If you're going to translate it, think about the strategy you will use. It really depends on who is speaking in your video and whether it's an animation or a real person. When it's an animation, the cleanest kind of cheapest way would be to just add a voiceover so that it's the same as the original. So you want to select voiceover artists that will give the same impression as your animation in the native language. So I'm sure there's thoughts and consideration goes into the voice of any characters that you have, their age, group, etc., accent. So you need to select that for the other languages as well. That's something as a localization provider, that's something we do. So we will provide samples of voiceover in the different languages as well, so that you could replace the English voice with a local voice. Sometimes if it's someone that is of some authority, someone that is a public profile speaking on a video, you don't want to slap a voiceover over that person's voice, because it's more credible if you have a subtitle and you leave the original voice of the person. Maybe it's an actor speaking, for example, or the CEO of your company. In those cases, it would look a bit ridiculous to have a voiceover. If any of you are ever watched dubbed version of movies in other languages, it's sometimes quite irritating and sometimes not so credible, and it kind of somehow affect the acting. So the same thing applies. You want to consider, whether it would be a better solution for your video to be translated by the use of a subtitle that runs at the bottom, or a voiceover. And both are possible and valid options. And this is something, to think of initially when you put together your course. Perhaps just one thing to kind of flag whenever you know that you're going to translate your course, maybe you have several markets and you want to keep in mind the budget that it may be to create all of these language versions. That's one of the aspects that would have a quite significant impact on budget, I would say. The animation elements and the image elements and the video audio elements. Localizing these pieces, like I've explained, is a little bit more complex, and you need to do a little bit more engineering to prepare and put together. Same thing if you need a lot of voice artists. The same way you would have recorded your English voice, you need studio time. You need to pay the voice artist. It's a cost. So, if you have a very limited budget and you're creating something, but you're thinking, I really need this content to be delivered into a series of languages for my learners in different markets, perhaps it's an idea to keep it in mind when you're creating the content. Kind of keep in check the number of interactive elements that you have and audio elements that you have. This again had the case of one of the most sort of refined e-learning that I had seen. It looked like it was a movie. It was incredible. It was incredibly complex as well. It was on a very non-glamorous topic. It was on FATCA, tax compliance, and the stakeholder of that project had decided to make it very glamorous and had contacted an e-learning company to make the most complex and glamorous e-learning full of animation. But it was a global organization, and they had to deliver the e-learning content to all of their learning population, and they had about 25 languages. And when they saw the budget for translating that into 25 languages, they had a major shock, obviously, and it was a bit of an issue. They had to redo a whole new e-learning with the same content in a more simple kind of storyline template. And the project ran massively delayed, and the training was delayed because of that. Because they had spent all this money on an amazing English version and could not even roll it out to anyone. Because obviously it wouldn't be fair to have the English learner having this really sophisticated movie and having the learner in the different languages with a kind of pared down, super simple version. So yeah, something to keep in mind, definitely. I've actually covered this from the previous screen, but yeah, so videos of subtitled, making that decision is important. As I said, it depends on your content. If you have multiple characters as well, some in your animation, you don't want to have a subtitle because it can be a bit confusing. If there's many characters speaking, it will be more complex for the person that's trying to follow what's going on to have subtitles. So it's good to have maybe voiceover acting out all the characters and giving the same effect it would give in English. But again, as I said, learners may benefit from the original audio being in the background and then reading the subtitle if someone speaking has as a kind of a public profile or is an actor or an important executive in your organization. I have a comment of someone kind of acknowledging that they have had the problem about the cost of translating into many other languages coming in as an afterthought. I have a question, I think, so I'm just going to read it, see if it's relevant to address it now. Instead of getting rid of images, not embedding text into media and treating it separately, sometimes good. Yes, true. So there's many options, obviously. I'm trying to present things from the point of view of what you may want to keep in mind as you're designing your course. So when I was saying, you know, maybe consider not getting rid, but being a little bit more on the minimalist side with animation and graphic. That's one way to do it, but you can also decide that you leave your graphic into English as well. If it's just images with a bit of text, but the text and the images is not crucial to the content that you're delivering, you can have the content translated and then the image remain in another language or in the original language, or you can translate below this image kind of as a reference, perhaps what it says, if it's relevant to the learning. For example, if the image is like a screenshot of a system, sometimes you don't want to translate that because the system may not exist in the learner's language. So you want to leave it in English, otherwise it wouldn't make sense to kind of create a translation of the system that doesn't exist. It would just be confusing. So you may leave the image in English and then perhaps just translate the function of that system that you see on the screen kind of separately. So that's a good point. In general, voiceover, just before I change slides, and just in general, voiceover recording is more costly than subtitles. So again, that's something to bear in mind. If you're gonna have lots and lots and lots of video, and you want the voiceover for all the video, it will drive up the cost if you do that into many languages. Purely because technically running a subtitle in a file is a less workload than booking a recording session with several different voice artists, cleaning the recording, embedding the recording, syncing the recording. So it's just the workload is different, so it's more expensive. Some special consideration with some languages that may be a little bit more tricky. So for character-based languages, which is what we do a lot of, being specialists in those languages, as I explained at the beginning, we also do e-learning localization into pretty much all languages, but we started off as an expert in East Asian and Asian languages and ASEAN languages. And some of the fonts are not supporting all the character-based languages. And that's something some of you may have encountered before. Some of you may not know that at all, but it's good to bear that in mind. Basically, when you choose the font, and the font is part of the design and the user experience in an e-learning. So when you choose the font, you need to bear in mind that if you are gonna translate into some character-based languages, you may want to double check with someone that you have in country, or maybe a marketing team that you have in country, or localization expert that will help you, that you want to consult, just to make sure that the font you're choosing will support all the languages you will translate into. Otherwise, you have to change the font, which is not, I guess, dramatic. It depends if your font was really important to your design or not. What we do is normally we suggest a font that will support the languages, and you know, we provide it to the client, and that means this version of the e-learning has a different font. So it really depends on how much importance you place on fonts, but it's something to think about in any case if you want your content to be uniform for all your learners. Again, with character-based languages, the size of the text boxes and any textual element in the page is to be considered. It will shrink, so it will contract if you do character-based languages. So you need to be aware of that, so you're not left with lots and lots of empty space in a box that doesn't look very good or clear. Or you may want to consider changing fonts font size for those languages. But again, this needs to be tested. You cannot just be, let's translate that into Chinese and click a button and have it into Chinese, because the user experience will be completely different. You need to consider that with some thoughts, as much thoughts as you put into the original version, and have someone see what it looks like, test different textual elements, different size, etc., so that you are left with a product that is giving all its value to your learner, even if they learn in a different language. Right to left languages, again, really important to consider flipping the whole layout. It has an impact both on timing and costing. So if you have multiple right to left languages, you definitely need to plan that carefully in the timeline and the budget. With right to left languages, I'm thinking about cases in the past, but obviously one of the most popular would be Arabic. And aside from flipping the images, sometimes you have to completely change, your character if you have like some animation. I had the case where to speak to the learner and for them to really kind of understand the context and respect all their kind of cultural background, we had to change the gender of the characters and the animation. So things to consider. Obviously, it really depends who your learners are and your target audiences. So that was my content that I want to share with you. I have someone sent a question already, comments during the talk, but if you didn't have a chance to send a comment or a question, I'm very happy to answer question and to kind of interact with anyone who would have an input on that. I see that there are some people in the localization industry. It's my first time attending this conference, so from what I could see, the attendees were mainly from the kind of e-learning sector, but it's really interesting to see that there are other people from the localization industry getting involved in the e-learning sector. So yeah, I hope that you enjoyed the presentation. And I have someone who commented that they never thought about considering the font they use. So yeah, I'm pleased to know that some of the stuff I said was useful or will be useful to you. Again, I'm London based, but I have a global team. So we're a small boutique localization agency, and we mainly work in niche area. So we do a lot of compliance work. We do a lot of e-learning, engineering, localization. So I hope that I'll have a chance to work with you in the future. And yeah, don't hesitate to reach out to me now or in the future if you'd like any help or opinion on, what to do to localize your course in the most efficient way and in a way that will not only respect the kind of budget and timeline that you have, but that will give the full value of the original English content that you had prepared to your learners that are located in other markets. So I'm not sure how to, if I have to give back control of the presentation, or that's being done.
Hi, welcome
Okay,
back,
hi.
or welcome back to me, I guess. That's a weird thing to say. So thanks so much for your presentation. We do have time for questions. Yeah, I've answered a couple already. There are other questions. If you have them, please go ahead and put them in the chat. One of the things to talk about maybe a little bit, I think you mentioned a little bit about this, but how often do you run into when it's a translation issue, where the issue is not just the language, it's the cultural, so it's really rewording things and restructuring and maybe even redesigning activities for the audience.
Yeah.
If you speak to that a little more, I know you did touch on it in the timeline.
Yeah, definitely. That's really important. And it depends. I mean, we run into this quite often. The real question is if the person, the stakeholder that is responsible for the course, care enough to do the work again, let's say, or to involve extra costs and potentially time and delay things a little bit to make sure that the language version won't have any of these issues. So these issues are quite often there, and we flag them, but they need a little bit of work to be fixed. And that's where sometimes it's strange in translation, because it does kind of come as an afterthought, like almost like, can you convert this content into another culture, like magically? But think about all the brainstorming you had on creating your English content, and all the experts actually that went into creating your English content. And now you're asking one guy who's a translator, you know, they're expert in languages, they know about your business, to literally like have the knowledge of all the experts behind your original content. So there's a misalignment there sometimes in the expectation versus reality. And if you are talking with someone that's very aware of that, very receptive to that, that is brilliant, and then you can kind of include that in the work you do. But if not, then you do your best, and you know, you translate the most accurate way, and maybe you flag if something would be offensive, so it's removed. But yeah, it's quite common, because e-learning, it's not like any other content that you translate. E-learning sometimes, well, the work we do is on mainly quite sensitive HR issues or regulatory issues. So it's very, very specific, and sometimes very sensitive issues are being discussed. So, you know, you need to be careful on the design and the graphic elements and everything that you use to depict
right. No,
those
that's a good point, right? It was not just text, but that there's so much else that could be at least at best ineffective, and if not, then even worse than that, and sort of inoffensive, or sending the wrong message if you're not careful. And there's a lot to that. Yeah. Is there, I mean, are there, you know, is there more that people should be doing to think about this? I think what happens in practice, I know just from the outside company perspective, when we've had clients, generally they seem to think about this later on, and sometimes it's simply for budget reasons, right? So it's, you start off with the English version, and then if there's money, and if this is a success, and if, you know, then they'll want to look at it. So they don't always plan it in, but are there sort of some like simpler things for people to keep in mind? Like, okay, you may or may not be localizing, but, you know, and you may or may not have a lot of budget to start, but that you might want to tell people from the beginning to keep in mind.
Yeah, definitely. So I guess it would be best practice just to keep it in mind, unless it's certain that your content is only relevant for one market and you're certain it will never get translated. It doesn't hurt your English content to keep in mind those things from the beginning when you're creating the content. So, you know, the number of animation and the number of elements on the page, to make sure that it's not overcrowded already, so that there will be no room for expansion if you translate. So always kind of like to leave a little bit of room without leaving too much room. Having considered the fonts, to making sure the fonts will support any languages. So that doesn't hurt your language, your English version, even if you end up just keeping it in English. The fact that the font you use for the English is supporting double bytes languages, it won't, you know, it doesn't affect your English version. So you might as well just considering have a font that is suitable for all the languages, and then you're good. Same for a number of animation and videos. I guess if you have a lot of that in, it will affect the cost. So just to be aware of that. If you think that you may at some point need it translated, you may want to kind of consider the treatment of those elements in advance.
So if you have things that are going to be expensive to produce, and they're going to have to be produced in multiple languages, obviously that would increase the cost, you know, exponentially or significantly.
Yeah, well, that's exactly. So if your English version was extremely expensive to produce, it's likely that it will cost you more to localize it to the same level.
That's always the thing.
So yeah, I know budget is always the big consideration.
Yeah, no, it does. And I know there are situations where sometimes you just don't know in advance, or you wouldn't know that you would want to localize it unless it was popular in the first place, and it's only going to be well received in the first place if you put a lot of effort into initially. And so there are a lot of challenges, but I think when to make the decisions depending on the situation, depending on the company.
Yeah. Do you localize a lot of your
yeah,
content?
we don't do that much. We seem to, we're looking at this from the outside, right? So, at Kaleidoscope Learning, we're working with other companies, big and small, a lot of them are bigger. And it turns out, my sense has been, there's been much more discussion about doing it than actually doing it, at least with ours. And maybe because ours are sort of tend to be a lot of higher end, so video simulation, things like that is harder to customize. But there still is, there's a lot of discussion, and it's kind of is always the thing that doesn't move forward. I think part of it is what you're talking about with budget, that when it comes down to it, it's like, oh yeah, there are so many videos, this was great, but yeah, you're right, it would cost that much to redo the video. So there are some challenges there. So that's my own personal experience with our company. Everybody has some different ones. And then a comment from Ceci Eros, who's a longtime ICELW presenter who's in localization. She's in the chat. And Cecilia says that sometimes you can have the designers create pieces in several languages, even if you're not starting it right away, so that at least at that level, you've got some base for what you want to do, which is great. And I'm sure it's much more efficient to do that while you're doing it, if you can, than to wait till the end and come back. And I hadn't read Ceci's second point, but we agree that is usually more cost effective. So that's great. Thank you. And that's great. All right. Any other questions from the chat? And we are getting to a point where technically we're on the schedule a little bit longer, but no one ever objects to a longer break around certainly East Coast lunchtime. So I think if there's nothing else, what we're going to do is go ahead and wrap up. So Julie, thank you so much for being here and for your flexibility this morning. And it's great to have you here, and hopefully you'll stick around for the chat and the rest of the conference this afternoon and tomorrow.
Thank you for having me, and it was good first experience.
Yeah,
with
I'm glad you enjoyed it, and it's gone smoothly. So thanks again. Bye bye. All right, so that's going to wrap us up for the morning Eastern time. So a little bit early. We're going to keep the chat open until 12:15 Eastern time, but otherwise we're going to be postpone the rest of the programming till the usual start time. So if you look at the schedule, 1:30 Eastern time is the start of the afternoon session. So enjoy your break, and we'll see you back at 1:30 Eastern time this afternoon. Thanks again.